Speaker, the annual audit reports are normally referred to the Public Accounts Committee of the Assemblies. Yes.
Which one are you?
It's for the committee. Okay, Speaker, they will go to the Local Government Committee.
Yes.
That's 9D, Roman numeral I and II.
Yes.
Speaker, so we'll take 9E. Speaker, the chairman is available, so if we can.
Yeah, that one has also been, it's also meant for local government.
Speaker, yes. So I'm saying that 9E, item number 9E.
Well, Minister, can you do as honest?
No, I stand in the name of the chairman of the committee.
Oh, okay.
Report of the Committee on Education on the Annual Audit Committee report of selected educational institutions and agencies under the Ministry of Education for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. I direct that the report be distributed to honourable members. Yes.
Speaker, thank you very much. May I pray for us to go back to item number 7. Questions. Sorry, instrument. Which one?
Yes. I noticed that
Speaker, I have no objection to the application by the Chief Whip. But I have two concerns that I want to bring to his attention so that possibly, since the two ministers concerned are here, we can take the opportunity to address him at the right time, if possible. Speaker, the Ministry of Health is lately in the media. There are a lot of apprehensions regarding health, Ghana Health Services, staff, doctors complaining about certain decisions of the respected minister. Our students who have graduated from various health training institutions complaining about recruitment. I believe that the House of Parliament is the most important platform in our governance architecture, where ministers are supposed to come and brief us. Our children have graduated. They want to be recruited. We hear interviews in the media without recourse to the House. We see letters by the minister taking action against some chief executives. Mr. Speaker, given the fact that the minister himself held his predecessor to high-level accountability. I remember he was the ranking member on health and was very, very vociferous. Mr. Speaker, it's all, what he did then was good for democracy. I agree. But Mr. Speaker, once our colleague has risen to that high office, and especially when he is a member of this House, our expectation is he utilizes the platform of Parliament for us to understand what is happening in his sector. Mr. Speaker, it is very concerning. 2, Mr. Speaker, we have become aware that Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, GBC, its land at Kanda, Mr. Speaker, is seeing serious encroachment. Mr. Speaker, we even know that part of GBC's land was used by GRA to build the new headquarters that Ministry of Finance has taken over. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Government Communications, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind him that protecting the assets of GBC is part of his mandate. Mr. Speaker, we need to know, Mr. Speaker, We need to know the ministerial actions being taken by the minister responsible for government communications in respect of GBC and how he is taking steps to protect the assets of GBC, including adding value to GBC assets. Mr. Speaker, it's not enough to say GBC does not have resources when it sits on very valuable assets and we are allowing encroachment. Mr. Speaker, I would want to bring this to the attention. Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. I'm bringing these two important issues to the attention of the ministers who are here. That Parliament demand ministerial statements. We don't want press conference. Mr. Speaker, we don't want press conference. If there is any important matter, such as the resignation of the former Chief Justice on the Council of State, we don't expect the government communication minister to use press conference. Come and brief us. These are constitutional matters.
Leader, thank you.
The country needs to be briefed and must be briefed through Parliament.
Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Thank you.
And I expect them to take steps to address us on these important matters at the right time.
Leader, thank you. Minister, you want to respond? You want to respond? You also respond. I will.
Speaker, the Honorable Minority Leader sought your leave to, as it were, proceed under Order 93, as it were, to raise some matters of some national importance. Essentially, he's saying that the two ministers, initially he indicated the health minister, but he added the minister in charge of government communication, that they should come to this house to brief the house. But you see, Speaker, he didn't make a very simple application. He ended up making a full-blown half-hour statement. A full-blown half-hour statement, which within the remit of our rules may demand a quick response from the two ministers who are seated on the floor, pending the coming to the house by a full statement to tackle the matters. And let me rebut this. In his comment, one, the decision in question didn't emanate from the Minister of Health. It was the decision of the CAT board. But he said that the decision of the minister has attracted some concern. And that must be corrected. It appears to be a line that has been pushed in the media. Let the record bear everyone out that it was the decision of the board of the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital. So, Speaker, I pray that you allow the two ministers at least 5 minutes to respond in the interim preliminary response for the record, so that they can return with a full-blown statement to address the issues that he has raised perfunctorily, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, my earlier prayer for us to return to item number 7 may have to be deferred, so you can allow the two ministers to a quick response, then we can return to it and take the questions. Mr. Speaker, I so pray.
Well. Honorable members, let's listen to this. I will take the response not more than 5 minutes, but after the response, it wouldn't subject to any further debate. I will just, since the minority leader has raised, I will give them the platform to respond. But after the response, we will go to the questions. I wouldn't allow any further discussion on it. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, I am very surprised that the majority chief whip attempted an answer. Then he now says that he wants to defer to the minister to answer. Mr. Speaker, what is clear in this country, today is that this government has lost control of governance. That, yes, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that you guys have lost control of governance. Things are getting out of hand, Mr. Speaker. Things are getting out of hand. The health ministry, agri ministry, all ministers are fighting. You are not working together. You've lost control of governance. And these are matters you should address. Mr. Speaker, unemployment is...
Honourable members,
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you all know, there are tools available at the disposal of members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, this is my fourth term.
Minister, hold on. I know I would have said that, leader, come by a question for you to respond. But I have decided to give you this interim platform to respond to it. So please just address.
Mr. Speaker, when I was a ranking member in this house, that's not important. Don't worry. I will use this, please. Don't worry.
Honourable members, please. Minister, this is just responding from there. When it comes to questions, Minister, just respond in 5 minutes, then you come and answer your question.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, he raised the issues and directed it at the Honourable Minister of Health, not in his capacity as a member of the House. So, once you've granted the leave for the minister to give a 5 minutes response, it's a matter of right that you can address it from the letter box. So please,
Honourable Chief Whip, you are right, but I've already given the orders. Please, just stand there and do that.
Mr. Speaker, as I've already indicated, as members of parliament, we have tools available at our disposal. And to set the record straight, when I was a ranking member for this house, I was using the tools.
Oh, allow him.
Honourable Jali. Honourable, please, I beg of you. Let's have.
Mr. Speaker, I brought statements as and when I deemed necessary to the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, I filed motions as and when necessary. Mr. Speaker, I filed questions as and when necessary. And therefore, if any member of this House wants me to appear before this House, you have the right to go through all these, tools. Mr. Speaker, going straight to the two issues the honorable member has raised, I do not remember any time that as the executive arm of government, when you are, executing your responsibilities or rendering punitive actions, you needed the permission of Parliament to do so. Mr. Speaker, the minister will determine as and when to come to Parliament to brief Parliament. Mr. Speaker, what happened at Konfanochi? Mr. Speaker, on this floor of Parliament, His Excellency the President issued a policy direction in the health sector that no facility should turn away emergency cases. And His Excellency added that even if the life of the person must be saved on the ground, we should do so. That was a policy direction. And when the President speaks, it's a policy that the minister must implement. Mr. Speaker, let me put on record that nobody, absolutely nobody in this country has the right to close any portion of a public health facility without the consent of the state, in this case the minister. nobody has the right to close any portion of a health facility without the consent of the health minister. Mr. Speaker, in this case, after the president's directive, there was a press statement issued to the public which indicated that the accident and emergency of Kofoanoche is closed and no more patients can come there. Mr. Speaker, immediately I invited, Mr. Speaker, let me take you to the act that establishes the teaching hospitals. Section 36. Section 36 clearly establishes that whatever the minister will say or direct, the board shall apply same. So the decision of the minister is not subject to the review of the board. It is the decisions of the board that is subject to the review of the minister. Mr. Speaker, in this case, I invited the CEO and I inquired whether what he has done was not contrary to the position of Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, the man admitted and apologized before me and other officers. Mr. Speaker, in order to send a clear signal, and punitive actions are meant to serve as deterrent. Mr. Speaker, we then proceeded to direct the board to allow the said CEO to sit aside for 2 weeks and then investigate the PRO. Mr. Speaker, is this a decision I needed the approval of the House to do so? No. Is it a decision I needed the House to do so? It's an administrative directive. Mr. Speaker, quite apart from that, if we need to recruit health workers in this country, the appropriate thing to do is to open the portals for people to apply. If you have any clarification, Mr. Speaker, if you have any clarification,
I'll wait you. Let him finish. You let him finish.
Or you have issues, Mr. Speaker, if you have any clarification to seek, or you have issues, or you have questions, the reasonable thing to do is to file a question for me to appear to come and answer. That is what to do. I don't need Parliament permission to open the portal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable leader, can I listen so that leader? So leader, let me listen to him. Then so honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, they say in adversity lies opportunity. Even though the minority leader's question appears to be an ambush and unplanned, it has given opportunity for me to shed light on an important matter. Mr. Speaker, I recall that sometime last year, the minority leader filed an important question in respect of the state of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation and what government was doing to revive that important institution. And I recall that I came here, you gave me the opportunity. I actually stood at the dispatch box and offered some answers and direction on where GBC was headed. Admittedly, I enjoyed his cooperation, and his members on the communications committee have also cooperated with us to implement a number of measures to address the problems at GBC. Mr. Speaker, it is opportune that he has raised the issue of land. GBC is deeply distressed in terms of their financial position. However, they sit on vast tracts of land in the middle of Accra, prime areas, which together constitute a very valuable asset. So, Mr. Speaker, before I assumed office, the previous government had taken some steps to take portions of the land belonging to GBC, specifically the land to the north of the Jubilee House. The GRA, without any formal processes, by word of mouth, had acquired about 5 acres of land belonging to Ghana Broadcasting Corporation without making payments. Eventually, the former finance minister, Akandoh, took over that land to build a head office for the finance ministry. Mr. Speaker, I continue to pursue the finance ministry for payments. But in order that the lands belonging to GBC are protected, Mr. Speaker, I will soon go before Parliament and table a retooling and recapitalization plan before Cabinet. And I'm more than willing to brief Parliament on the details, so that through that we can leverage some of their valuable assets to reposition them as a prime broadcasting organization in Ghana. So I am ever prepared to engage Parliament. Indeed, I've already held informal discussions with members of the Communications Committee, and I've hinted them that once Cabinet gives me the go-ahead, I will come and brief the House, and we will implement a policy that will ensure that GBC takes its pride of place as the foremost broadcaster of the state of Ghana. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I said, and I'm repeating it, that I'm not going to subject it to any discussion. I think the ministers have responded to minority leader, and I think.
Speaker, with respect, I had a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I had a point of order. And you spoke on record. You said they should finish. They should finish before. Mr. Speaker, you said they should finish. You said they should finish. On a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I am only complying with your directives. When I rose on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, you ruled that I should wait for him to finish, so I deal with the issue. Mr. Speaker, with respect, I do not understand why my colleagues are apprehensive. This is a national issue. Don't read any other meaning into it. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about doctors who are serving the nation. They must be protected. Mr. Speaker, the minister has accused the chief executive without granting him the opportunity to be heard. Mr. Speaker, that must be put in proper context.
We've heard you.
We cannot allow that.
Leader, respectfully, we've heard you.
The workers are up in arms.
Well.
Parliament must know.
Respectfully.
Parliament must know.
Leader, respectfully,
Speaker,
we've heard you.
Parliament must know. Speaker.
Honorable members, please, let's turn to item 7. Please, let's turn to.
Speaker, before we turn to item number 7, Speaker, especially those of us in leadership, the back look up to us.
Yes.
It's important that we engage within the rules. It is very important for me. Otherwise, the House will degenerate into something else. So I'm pleading with the minority leader that whatever it is, let's engage within the rules, please.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, I therefore pray that we take item number 7 so that the Honourable Minister for Health can answer the questions, please.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Chief Whip that cooperation at the front bench very essential. But engagement at the front bench. But I don't know whether the Chief Whip has soon forgotten back in the days when he was at the middle bench, whether he was stopped by any rule to raise issue. Mr. Speaker,
thank you so much.
Let me get done with him. There are important matters and you don't want us to deal with it.
Leader, thank you so much.
Then you want to blackmail.
Honorable Akandoh, kindly take your respective place. take the seat first. Honorable members, we will begin with the questions, and the first question stands in the name of the member for Abuakwa South, Honorable Dr. Kingsley Ajimai. Honorable, the minister is now available. The floor is yours.
Thank you,
You may
Speaker.
ask your question now.
Speaker, I have the authority of the member for Abuakwa South, so with your leave, I proceed. To ask the Minister for Health how the ministry works with community health care providers and civil society to roll out overdose training response, public education, and psychosocial support as part of national response to opioid abuse. Thank you.
Respectfully, Honorable Minister, you may.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health recognizes opioid abuse, including the misuse of tramadol and other prescription opioids, as a growing public health concern, particularly among young people. The ministry's response is therefore focused on prevention, early identification, public education, clinical management, psychosocial support, referral, rehabilitation, regulation, and enforcement. The Ghana Health Service works through the primary healthcare system to build the capacity of frontline and community health providers to identify and manage substance use-related conditions. Using the Mental Health Gap Action Program guidelines adapted for Ghana, health workers are trained to provide basic clinical support, manage associated health conditions, offer brief interventions to support reduction or cessation of drugs use, and refer affected persons for specialist care, psychosocial support, or rehabilitation. Public education is also being undertaken through media engagement, school health walks, community information centers, outreach programs, places of worship, and other community platforms. These activities focus on the dangers of opioid misuse, the signs of harmful use and possible overdose, the need for early help seeking, and the avoidance of non-medical use of prescription medicines. The Food and Drugs Authority contributes through regulation enforcement, public education, and pharmacovigilance. The authority undertakes education on the misuse of tramadol and other controlled medicines, monitors the distribution and sale of controlled substances, works with security agencies to restrict illicit access to unregistered products, and promotes reporting of suspected medicine misuse and abuse. This helps to support early detection, targeted education, and evidence-based regulatory action. The Mental Health Authority supports the psychosocial components of the response through mental health professionals and community mental health structures. Affected persons may receive counseling, psychotherapy, community follow-up, and referral for further treatment. Where residential rehabilitation services are limited, public and private facilities provide available psychosocial support, whilst referrals are made to appropriate treatment and rehabilitation services. The ministry also collaborates with the Narcotics Control Commission, civil society organizations, faith-based groups, youth groups, schools, and professional bodies. These partners support prevention, education, community outreach, counseling, referral, treatment, rehabilitation, and reintegration of persons affected by substance use disorders. Mr. Speaker, the ministry acknowledges that the national response must be further strengthened. Priority will therefore be given to improving overdose recognition and emergency response training, promoting responsible prescribing and dispensing, strengthening enforcement against illicit access to opioids, improving access to appropriate emergency medicines and logistics, and expanding treatment and rehabilitation services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I want to find out from the Minister, how many rehab centers do we have, public rehab centers dealing with opioid, and where are they located? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have the number readily available, and I'll get it back to the House. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yes. Honorable Professor Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Minister for these beautiful responses. However, I want to find out from him if he has an idea of how effective these interventions have been. If no, are you considering plans to assess how effective these interventions have been in terms of whether the numbers are coming down, or what are you going to do to ensure that the numbers are low? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, these interventions have been very effective, but I think there's room for improvement. And therefore, I have instructed that there should be that committee, that collaboration between the Psychology Council, the Mental Health, FDA. There should be that committee to be able to engage the public more on the abuse of these substances. Nonetheless, it's been it's been effective. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable McQueen.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to inquire from the Minister if he has any idea about the correlation of the increase in road accidents and drug abuse.
Minister, did you get the question? Honorable McQueen, can you repeat the question, please?
No, I want to know if the Minister has any idea if there is a correlation between the increase in road accidents and drugs and substance abuse.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes. I mean, obviously there's a relationship between drug abuse and road, because if you abuse drug and you're intoxicated and then you drive, obviously it may lead to accidents. So there's that correlation. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member for Bosome Freho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister. I've taken notice of some of the agencies, like the National Youth Authority and other agencies that are doing some campaign and fights against opioid. I want to find out if the ministry is aware or partnering with them to work on some of these campaigns against opioid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
The answer is yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Well. So, honorable members, we turn to question number 250, and the question stands in the name of Honorable Member for Ahanta West, Honorable Mavis Kukua Bisiu. Honorable, you have the floor now. The Minister is available.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question is to ask the Minister for Health the current status of the Agenda 111 hospital project at Bukro in the Ahanta West constituency, which was commissioned in an uncompleted state by the former government, and when is it expected to be fully completed and in operation? Thank you.
Well. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Bukuro District Hospital in the Ahanta West District of the Western Region, which is currently at 86.5% completion, has been selected as one of the 35 Agenda 111 projects to be implemented under the first phase. The contractor has been engaged to remobilize to continue and complete the outstanding work without delay. after suspending works into 2024. In the interim, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry has submitted to the Ministry of Finance outstanding IPCs to enable the contractors complete their project. Mr. Speaker, government remains committed to the completion of the Bokoro Hospital project as part of effort to improve access to healthcare services in the Ahanta West constituency of the Western region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, honorable member, any further questions?
No follow-up question, Mr. Speaker.
No follow-up
Thank you.
question. Honorable member, should I take this question as a constituency specific? Honorable members, I know. Honorable members. Honorable members, I know it is under Agenda 111, but it was specific to Ahanta West. So that's why I...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we have so many questions, so let him allow me to treat it as constituency specific questions. I'm pleading.
Speaker, it's not even allowing you. The question was actually constituency specific.
But
please.
Honorable leader.
Yes.
It is the preview of the speaker to decide.
I agree.
So
Mr.
if
Speaker,
I'm deciding that, I'm taking it as a constituency specific question. It's not a general position that...
Ahanta West. Speaker, please.
So, honorable members, we have so many questions. Let's take it as constituency specific question. So, we move to question 264. Question 264. And the question stands in the name of a member from Pru West. Honorable Emmanuel Kofi Intukunu.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, you have the floor.
Yes, Speaker. I rise to seek your leave under Order 92 to withdraw the question. Thank you. Order 90.
Come again, I didn't hear you.
Speaker, I rise to seek your leave under Order 92 to withdraw the question. Thank you. 90.
Well. Your prayer is considered. So the question is hereby withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker.
He said Order 92. Order 92.
Mr. Speaker, please.
He said Order 92.
Mr. Speaker, we're 90.
He said
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, our colleagues in the majority have always been insisting on the rules. The Order 92 that the member supposedly relied on provides. Let's start with 91, Mr. Speaker. The two must be read together. Please, Mr. Speaker, I have seen some law students rising up. Mr. Speaker, I've seen some law students rising up on a point of order. Suffice to say that it's not on record. Mr. Speaker, the rule is clear that you must read it as a whole. You cannot deal with Order 91 and leave 92. Look at them together. Mr. Speaker, this is what 91 says. I read. A member who has filed a question may withdraw the question by written communication to the clerk. 2, where the question is admitted, the member may withdraw the question by the leave of the speaker. Wait.
He's not submitting. He's not submitting. We are students of law.
The leave of the speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a question that has been admitted and advertised. Admitted and advertised. The question is, at what point is leave sought? And what form is leave sought? Mr. Speaker, you cannot just come and say, Mr. Speaker, I am seeking to rely on Order 92 to withdraw. Mr. Speaker, he did so and he sat down as if as soon as he quotes Order 92, wait, as if as soon as he quotes Order 92, that is a finality. Mr. Speaker, no. Mr. Speaker, no. Read 91 and 92 together. Read 91 and 92 together and give it a meaning befitting of the interment provided thereto by the drafters of this law. A member cannot just get up because the government side is putting pressure on him to withdraw. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that there seem to be some behind the scene whipping, if not quick pro quo.
Well, leader, I've
Why
heard
would
you.
he just suddenly say he is withdrawing when his constituents
Leader,
are
I've heard
expecting?
you.
Speaker, with all due respect to the minority leader, this attempt to use the backdoor approach to denigrate my members is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. He himself got up and read.
Honorable Whip.
Please.
Honorable Whip.
Speaker.
The word denigrate, I don't think
Speaker,
it's appropriate.
withdraw. Speaker, withdraw. You cannot devalue the member.
Yes, okay.
You cannot devalue the member. The member got up and rely on Order 90 Rule 2. 90 Rule 2, which is his bona fide. The head note to that rule is withdrawal of a question. Then you got up and you are saying that you should read Order 90 Rule 1. 90 Rule 1 is not applicable in this case. Because Rule 2 is very clear that where the question has been admitted and advertised. So the relevant provision is 90 Rule 2. The man quoted it and sought leave of the speaker, which was granted. And the question subsequently withdrawn. And then you get there and say he got it wrong. And you indicated that there's no procedure for withdrawal. And yet you want to create the impression that he didn't use the right procedure. Please.
Thank you. Honorable members,
are listening. Don't
honorable
do that
members,
next time.
return to question 325. Question 325. And the question stands in the name of a member for you. Is it yo? Honorable Suleimana Alassan. Honorable member, you have the floor now.
Speaker, thank you. I have the.
Are you Suleimana?
I have the authority of the member and Order 883 to seek your leave, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. To ask the Minister for Health to provide an update on the status of the Agenda 111 hospital project in Yonyu, Nasuan district, and when the district can expect the hospital to be operational, thereby improving access to quality healthcare service for residents. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Nyonyo Naswam District Hospital in the Northeast region is included in the Agenda 111 project. Following the completion of the audit, the necessary stakeholder consultation on the Agenda 111 program have been completed, and the ministry has developed a strategic implementation plan for the program. The consensus from these consultations is that the ministry should initiate the completion of the project in phases based on availability of funds. The phased approach is intended to ensure that the limited resources are used efficiently to complete and operationalize projects rather than spreading resources too thinly across too many sites. Mr. Speaker, I wish to emphasize that the government is committed to ensuring that the Agenda 111 projects are completed in accordance with the phased approach. In this current phase, we are prioritizing 35 of these projects. The Nyonyo Naswam District Hospital project will, however, be considered under subsequent phase of the implementation program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Frank Ajay, any supplementary question?
Speaker, the member is grateful to the minister, except to say that he prays to be considered under the next phase. Thank you.
I take this question as also specific, and therefore we'll move to Honorable Francis Asensubuachi, member for Bantama, on question 327.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Honorable Minister for Health to provide an update on the current physical progress of the construction of the Ampabami Hospital in the Bantama constituency, which was initiated under the previous Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's administration as part of the Agenda 111 projects, and what concrete steps the ministry has taken to ensure its completion and its continuation and timely completion. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank the former Minister for Rules for the question, Mr. Speaker. Ampabami Hospital in the Bantama constituency is one of the Agenda 111 projects. The consensus from the consultation is that the ministry should roll out the completion of the project in phases based on availability of funds. Mr. Speaker, the Ampabami Hospital in the Bantama constituency was left at approximately 3% completion as at 2024. Mr. Speaker, currently, the Ampabami Hospital is not captured under the phase 1. The project will, however, be considered under the subsequent phases of the implementation program. I thank you.
Very well. Honorable Francis, any further questions?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the minister for his response. Mr. Speaker, will the minister inform the House, tell the House, how much is required to complete the project?
Minister, can you?
Mr. Speaker, I have it. I have the figures. Maybe before I even leave this, I can provide it with me. But so I'll check.
Very well. So, Minister, Honorable Senso, any further questions? I think.
Mr. Speaker,
We will come back to this question again because he is saying he has the record. So you,
Mr. Speaker, given the increasing health care demands of residents in the constituency and adjoining constituencies, as well as persistent burden on the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, will the minister commit to a clear and definite completion date for the Ampabame Hospital project and assure the House that the necessary resources have been secured to ensure its completion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for now, the government has prioritized 35 for now. And we'll look at the subsequent one in due course.
Minister, is it 30 or 35?
35.
35.
35, yes. The what? So the budget said 10 for this year. Please, the budget is for 2026. Listen to me, honorable member. I am saying that the budget said 10 for 2026, and I'm saying government is committed in completing 35. So what it means is that it can even be 2027. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Francis, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is widely known that in this country today, many districts have objected to the construction of 24-hour markets because many districts have these markets already, and additional 24-hour markets is not their priority. Would the minister make a case to the president that he should consider replacing or using the funds for this agenda, the 24-hour markets, to complete the Agenda 111 projects? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am under oath and I advise my president in cabinet. Thank you.
Minister, that your answer, I didn't get your answer well.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding of the question is that whether or not I'll consider advising Mr. President to replace the hospital with the 24-hour market. That's an advice. Okay, let's assume it's over there. And I'm saying that as a cabinet minister, I advise my president in cabinet, and I'm under oath of secrecy. So whenever I tell Mr. President, I won't come and say it on the floor of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister has just answered a question pursuant to the rules of this House. Mr. Speaker, and this is a House of Rules. Mr. Speaker, when a minister is invited to Parliament, the rules that govern the interaction between Parliament and the minister are the standing orders of this House. Mr. Speaker, the principle of separation of powers, the minister is here to answer questions pursuant to the standing orders of Parliament. Within the procedures of the minister doesn't have the right to say that he has taken some oath in cabinet, and therefore when he's invited to Parliament to answer questions, he is under an oath of secrecy not to answer the question. Mr. Speaker, that is an affront to the authority of Parliament. It's a complete affront to the authority of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, indeed, there are provisions of these standing orders where if a minister is subpoenaed or summoned to appear before a committee of Parliament and the minister refuses to answer to the summons, Mr. Speaker, it will be tantamount to contempt, equivalent to contempt of the High Court.
Honorable Minister,
Speaker, let me just conclude.
Honorable member, did he answer the question or he didn't?
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that the minister said he will not answer the question because he's under an oath of secrecy pursuant to being a member of cabinet, which is the executive. Mr. Speaker, I see the chief whip, the majority chief whip is on his feet. Mr. Speaker, I want to pray to him that this is not a matter of partisanship. This goes to the authority and independence of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect and in all humility and modesty, we have also had the privilege to sit in that chair before. We never stood before the dispatch box to tell Parliament that I'm a member of cabinet. I've taken an oath of secrecy, so I will not answer you. Mr. Speaker, what is happening here? The minister is my very good friend, but this is a complete affront to the authority and dignity and independence of Parliament. The minister should withdraw and apologize to this House.
Yes, Honorable Whip.
Speaker, please, with all due respect, a minister may respond to your question. You may not like the manner of his answer. Please, the manner and of asking and answering questions is governed by Order 88. Now, running the commentary that the Honorable Jinapo is running is neither here nor there. You have an opportunity to submit a supplementary question. If you don't like the manner of his answers or the content of his answers, but you cannot use the opportunity to run a commentary because Order 88 is very clear. Please, I am saying that what you just did is unacceptable. It's not borne by the rules. You are running a commentary on the manner and content of the minister's answer. You are not even saying that it offends Order 88. You haven't established that. So Speaker, once again, let us be guided. And I am seeing a certain trend that the minority want to use every opportunity to come after members of the majority. Speaker, it shouldn't be tolerated, because the current attack on the minister is most unacceptable. Yes, it's an attack. It's an attack on the manner and content of his answer. And I think that if you get up to say that you have a point of order, it must be borne out by the terms of Order 88. And not having established that his answer offends Order 88 or any of the rules under Order 88, it's most unacceptable for you to run the commentary that you just ran. Speaker, let's be guided by the rules.
Well. Are you asking question, Honorable Nitiu? Are you asking question, Honorable? Honorable, if you are not asking question, then I beg of you.
But Mr. Speaker,
let's move on. We have a lot of questions.
Mr. Speaker, this is very fundamental to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this is very fundamental to Parliament. And the earlier we come to the bottom of this matter, the better for all of us. Mr. Speaker, if the rules do not permit a member of Parliament or a minister of state to look into the eyes of the representatives of the people and say that I will not answer this question because of secrecy.
Honorable, did he say he will not answer the question?
Because, Mr. Speaker, because of secrecy, I cannot answer this question. Mr. Speaker, it is a dangerous... Mr. Speaker, I was minister for 8 years before, and there is no better place than to keep secrets than the Minister of Defense. Mr. Speaker, it is more dangerous. It's a very dangerous...
Honorable Minister, personally, when he brought in the oath of secrecy, I wasn't comfortable. But it doesn't mean he didn't answer the question.
But Mr. Speaker, he didn't answer the question. So tell him, because it is wrong. The Prime Minister of Britain cannot say, because I saw an oath, I cannot answer a question.
Honorable members, please, let's move on.
We should not set this precedent, because if we do, this House will not get a single information from anybody.
Very well.
We will never get information from anybody.
Honorable members, let's take.
Speaker, please. It's in for job, please. Speaker, order 88, order, please. Speaker, order 88, rule 8.
Honorable Intim, please.
Speaker, may we be guided by order 88, rule 8, which, with your leave, I read. Where a question has been asked and answered, no debate on it shall be permitted. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, the question has been asked. The minister has provided an answer. Now the minority, some of the minority members will want to run a debate on the content of the answer he has provided. And the rule says you cannot do that.
Honorable members, this is a supplementary question. Honorable Intim.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This is a very dangerous precedent, because even the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is not immune from responding to questions. And to use the excuse of being a cabinet minister for which you are above accountability is a very dangerous precedent. Even the Prime Minister is not above questions. It is wrong for the minister to give the excuse that he is under oath as a cabinet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that the Chief Whip is using Order 88 to justify the answer that the minister gives. We run the presidential system, a combination of the presidential. I am on my feet with the greatest respect. I am on my feet. Chief Whip, will you be quiet and listen to me? And the question is not just quoting any rule for quoting's sake. When the question was asked, the question was not last 2 weeks, what had happened in cabinet. What the person asked is a matter of policy. Whether the minister would consider advising the president, whether the minister will consider taking this to cabinet. So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that the minister must give us a better answer to us. That question was not answered. So the chief whip must not pick on this.
Honorable members, the minister answer may not satisfy all of us. I mean, personally, as I said, honorable members, personally, when you use the word, I have sworn the oath, personally, I wasn't happy. But I think the discussion that has gone on is enough advice to all of us. So please, let's move on. Let's move on. I move on. So leader, let's move on. We move to question 396. 396. Honorable member Forson, you may ask your question now. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Health the plans of the ministry to construct an accident and emergency wing in the Suhum Municipal Government Hospital to serve numerous accident victims on the Accra-Kumasi Highway.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I answer this question, the question with respect to the Bantama, how much we need to complete the building, we need not less than 154 million Ghana cedis. Not less than 154 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. The ministry fully acknowledges the essential need for a well-functioning and adequately equipped emergency ward at the Suhum Government Hospital. The ministry intends to undertake a detailed assessment of the facility to determine the scope of work required. Based on the outcome, the project will be considered for inclusion in the capital expenditure in the near future, subject to availability of funds. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure this House that the ministry will prioritize this intervention to strengthen emergency healthcare services for the people of Suhum, its surrounding communities, and commuters on the Accra-Kumasi Highway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable McQueen.
Mr. Speaker, between January and May 2026, we have had over 400 accident cases on that Suhum stretch. In January, we had 104 cases. In February, 84. In March, 134. In April, 42, and May, 30. With this staggering statistics, would the minister be kind to push this project in the next budget? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge the importance of that facility, but as I have already indicated, I will push based on availability of funds. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable McQueen, any further questions?
Please, would the minister be kind to redirect, to advise government to redirect funds for the 24-hour economy market for the accident and emergency center, since man must live first. Man must live before we go and buy food. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the answer is no.
Very well. Yes, let me give the opportunity to Honorable Brian Champon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The matter and the question and answers is quite a serious one. But the minister's answer gives me goosebumps. Mr. Speaker, the minister said, and this is not a debate, the Suhum Government Hospital Emergency Center will be considered in the near future. Mr. Speaker, that is bad enough. But to then add that even in the near future, it will be subject to the availability of funds. In the near future, it will be subject to the availability of funds. Mr. Speaker, in the near future, even in the near future, which is
that is the answer, please.
It will be subject to the availability of funds.
Yes. So, honorable members, return to question 402.
I rest my case.
Return to question 402. Honorable member for Qatar, Honorable Kwame Gapi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm most grateful. I rise to ask the Minister for Health the status of the rent deductions from the salaries of the health staff across the country.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in line with Section 274 of the Civil Service Administrative Instruction, any public officer occupying government housing is required to pay a rent as part of the cost recovery for the maintenance of the public assets. Mr. Speaker, these deductions are made only where staff occupy official government or institutional accommodation. Health workers residing in private rental properties or in their own homes are not affected by this deduction. Mr. Speaker, to emphasize, rent deductions apply only to staff occupying official government accommodation. The applicable rates of 10% of basic salary is in accordance with the Ministry of Finance guidelines. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member Fokita, any further questions?
I'm okay. I have no further questions.
Very well. So return to question 511. Question 511. Honorable Member for Techiman South. Honorable Martin Kwekweje Mensakosa.
Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 88.3.
You may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Health when the construction work on the proposed Bono East Regional Hospital will commence.
Well, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to mention that the Bono East is one of the newly created regions and is captured under His Excellency the President's agenda to provide regional hospitals for these newly created regions. The Ministry of Health has initiated the necessary preparatory processes, including the development of project concept notes and feasibility studies, to facilitate the establishment of these regional hospitals, including the one for Bono East. Accordingly, the Ministry will engage the Ministry of Finance to secure dedicated funding to enable the commencement of construction works. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Martin, any further questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Just like the Minister admitted, it is a new region, and he will appreciate that such a region will need urgent attention, very urgent attention. But if he says it's part of a whole, I want to find out from the Minister, can he be very specific as to when funding will be available for that particular hospital?
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as part of the 2026 budget, as approved by this House, 3 out of the 6 newly created regions were allocated funds for the construction of regional hospitals, i.e. Western North, Savannah, and OT. Mr. Speaker, I can assure the House that the remaining 3 will find space in the 2027 budget. Thank you.
Well. Honorable members, let's turn to question 563. 563. Honorable Member for Akimodan, Alexander Kwesi Akwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm on feet to ask the Minister for Health how the ministry plans to engage with the private sector to absorb more health professionals into the workforce and improve access to quality health care.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health recognizes the pivotal role the private sector plays in expanding employment opportunities for health professionals and in widening access to quality health care for all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, currently, the The ministry maintains a dedicated private sector desk through which we engage private sector providers in coordinated manner, ensuring they are abreast with national policies and programs and can contribute fully to quality care. We also support the recruitment and deployment of health workers into the not-for-profit private sector, particularly faith-based facilities, which remain crucial partners in the healthcare delivery. Mr. Speaker, at the just ended annual health summit, the ministry committed to developing a common register of all health workers across both the public and private sectors. This register will allow us to verify employment records, confirm that facilities meet their staffing requirements, and ultimately safeguard the quality of care that Ghanaians receive. Regarding the attraction and retention of health workers in the private sector, the ministry plans to provide HR technical support to the private sector, including guidance on standardized policy, basic pay structure, and sound recruitment models, so that private facilities are better able to attract and retain the staff they need. The Speaker, in conclusion, the Ministry of Health is committed to working closely with the private sector to build a collaborative, well-regulated, and a sustainable health workforce. We will continue to deepen our collaboration with private health institutions to recruit and deploy health professionals. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Osiakwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is on record to have said that we have too many of this private, nurses, healthcare workers available who need places for recruitment. Would the Minister consider working directly with the private sector, the private health association, to recruit some of these nurses and other health workers who are at home?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's get this clear. There's a portion of the private sector that are not for profit, like the CHAG, Christian Health Association of Ghana, not for profit. And therefore, in that case, what happens now is government pays for the compensation of these facilities in full, whether they are medical doctors or the nurses. But Mr. Speaker, we need to further deliberate whether or not the profit-oriented private sector, government must indeed recruit for them free of charge. It is a conversation we all need to have. Thank you.
Well. So, honorable members, I think you will discharge Honorable Minister for Health. Honorable Minister for Health, on behalf of your own colleagues, we thank you for attending upon the House to respond to their questions. You are discharged. Yes.
Speaker, before we invite the Minister for Tourism, may I pray that we vary business to take item number 10 to enable the Minister responsible for education to lay the instrument there enlisted as advertised. Mr. Speaker, I so plead.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Speaker, before I respond to the Honorable Majority Chief Whip's application, Mr. Speaker, I would plead with you. Mr. Speaker, this very House, when issues arise, I would plead, I'm not the presiding officer, but I will plead that once they have a constitutional character, we debate it and a ruling given to guide. Mr. Speaker, what the Honorable Health Minister did in response to Honorable Asenso, where a question has been asked and he says that he is under oath. Mr. Speaker, it is a serious matter that undermines the authority of Parliament. But at that point, I just wanted to allow you to stabilize the house because I realize that you want just some stability. But Mr. Speaker, no minister should be allowed to get to the dispatch box to say that he is under oath, therefore he can't answer a question. Mr. Speaker, the issue has to do with healthcare, a hospital, and the honorable minister sought his view that you are spending money on this 24-hour economy. We have had the Doma chief questioning government. Why are you not completing the Agenda 111? We need, our nurses need posting. Our students who have completed College of Nursing need posting. We don't have hospitals. If they prioritize and committed money to complete this Agenda 111 project, our girls, our boys who have completed nursing colleges would have had a place to work. Mr. Speaker, these are matters that I believe if the minister wanted to act in good faith, he would have answered the question. That is why I say, look, this government has lost control.
Leader, thank you.
This government has lost control.
Leader.
You've lost control.
Leader. So the prayer.
Mr. Speaker, he is in charge of government business. The Minister of Tourism got in long ago. If he has decided to vary the order of business, and again, he knows the practice. When you want to apply to the speaker, you consult. I asked Jerry, you didn't discuss anything with him. I asked Mama Pat, you didn't discuss anything with him, with her. So you want to create a one-sided parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not in a position to respond to his prayer. If he's minded, he should do the needful. Mr. Speaker, it is becoming one too many. Our friends are taking their majority for granted. Mr. Speaker, because you think you are in majority, a lot of things you take for granted, but it is the minority that will shape government for you. It is a minority that will guide you in doing the right thing. Good governance requires a strong, firm minority. Your government has lost its priorities. You are not investing in agriculture. The education ministry is suffering. All you know is gold board, gold board, gold board.
Leader, thank you. Thank you. So, Honorable
Speaker, you see, when the minority leader gets the opportunity and says certain things for the record, they need to be straightened. I'll straighten them. Speaker, number one, the matter for which I prayed you for leave to vary is item number 10 on today's order paper. What sort of consultation do I need from you anymore? Yes, item number 10 listed for today, for business to be done today. So Mr. Speaker, this concern for consultation, even if I want to blink, the minority leader wants me to consult before I blink. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not fair. It's not fair. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the matters that my minority leader raised were matters is raised for which the two ministers responded. But he's still insisting. He's all over social media for taking issue with the Minister for Health. He just created headlines. I think that these things we must all be guided. That you can create your headlines, but insisting on certain things that are not there, they are improper. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I pray that you grant me leave so that yes, I want you to leave. No, I want you to leave. I want you to leave. You say you are incapable of responding. You have said it for the record that you are incapable of responding. So, Mr. Speaker, he has sat on his rights and said that he's incapable of responding to my application. So, Speaker, please grant me leave so that the Minister for Education can lay the instrument, so we can invite the Minister for Tourism. She's been here for some time. For the records, you have stated that you are incapable of responding, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. And when we, the minority, become aware of issues that affect the ordinary Ghanaian, it is our duty to raise them. The majority may not be comfortable. It may irritate them, but it is good for our democracy. It is the reason why I drew the attention of the House to some of these misgovernance in our country. The education minister, whose application is being moved, is suffering. He's unable to employ teachers. He knows that. There's a whole fight between the education ministry and the finance ministry.
Honorable Leader.
A fight between the education ministry and the finance ministry. Agric ministry and the finance ministry.
Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, are there no matters to be raised?
Thank you. Thank you.
Are they not part of our bona fides as a parliament?
Leader, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not opposed to his application.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Education.
Education regulatory bodies. National Council for Curriculum and Assessment Regulations 2026.
Honorable members, the instrument has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I pray that we go back to the order of business, bona fide, that's item number 7, and invite the Honorable Minister responsible for tourism, culture, and creative arts, my own take to come and respond to a couple of questions standing her name for today. Speaker, I so pray.
Thank you. Yes. So let me now invite Honorable Senator Ajma Lawrence, a member for Krotekoli, to ask the Minister for Tourism, Culture, and Creative Arts her question. Yes, Honorable Member, your question now.
Right Honorable Speaker, the name is Zaneto, and I rise to ask the Minister for Tourism.
So I couldn't pronounce the name well. Is that what you want to tell me? Very well.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts what concrete plans the ministry has with reference to the Marine Drive enclave as far as the inclusion of the Arts Center in the design in order to ensure the protection of their livelihoods.
Yes. Honorable Minister, you have the floor to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Marine Drive, the Accra Marine Drive Tourism Investment Project was a vision born by His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama way back in 2016 and has the potential to leave a legacy for our tourism and cultural sectors for future generations of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, the inclusion of the Arts Center in the design and the implementation of the Marine Drive Tourism Investment Project is essential for the protection of livelihoods, preservation of cultural heritage, and the achievement of inclusive economic development. The Arts Center serves as a major source of employment and income for hundreds of artisans, craftsmen, traders, performers, and their families. Many individuals depend directly on the sale of traditional handicrafts, artworks, textiles, souvenirs, and cultural performances for their daily livelihoods. Excluding the Art Center from the Marine Drive project could lead to the displacement of these workers, loss of income, and increased economic hardships for many households. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the Art Center is one of Ghana's most recognizable cultural and tourism assets. It provides visitors with an authentic experience of Ghanaian arts, crafts, music, and dance. Its integration into the Marine Drive project would enhance the destination's cultural appeal, encourage longer visitor stays, and increasing spending within the local economy. A tourism development project that incorporates cultural industries is more likely to integrate sustainable economic benefits than one focused solely on physical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, including the Arts Center would also align with national and international commitments to safeguard our cultural heritage and promote creative economy. The creative and cultural sectors have been identified as important drivers of job creation, youth employment, entrepreneurship, and economic diversification. Preserving and modernizing the Art Center within the Marine Drive enclave would demonstrate Ghana's commitment to balancing development with social inclusion and cultural preservation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to urge my colleague, the Honourable Member for Korle Klottey, Honourable Zaneto Agyemang-Rawlings, that the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts will ensure that the Arts Center is redeveloped under the Marine Drive Tourism Investment Project. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Agyemang-Rawlings. Let him avoid any supplementary question.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'd like to inquire from the Minister if there's a timeline in place within which the members of the Federation and the Member of Parliament will be engaged in stakeholder discussions regarding the design and the phased project.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I will urge you to just send me a WhatsApp message. It's as simple as that. And I'll be more than happy to meet with the Federation. Thank you.
Yes. Any further questions? Very well. So we turn to question 769. 769. Honourable Member for New Drabin North. Honourable Nana Osei Eji. Honourable, the Minister is on the floor now. You may ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts the plans of the Ministry to revamp Boti Falls and operationalize it to full capacity.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Boti Falls is owned by the Yilo Krobo Municipal Assembly and currently operated by a private entity under a public-private partnership arrangement. The Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, through the Ghana Tourism Authority, plays a facilitative and regulatory role to ensure that the site is developed and positioned as a competitive tourism destination. The Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, through the Ghana Tourism Authority, recognizes the significant tourism potential of the site and has over the years worked closely with stakeholders to address some long-standing challenges that affected its operations, promotion, and overall visitor experience. The Ministry is aware that certain protracted issues relating to the management and development of the site impacted efforts to fully harness the tourism potential. Through engagement and dialogue with the municipal, traditional authorities, and stakeholders, the Ghana Tourism Authority will fast-track solutions to creating a conducive environment for the sustainable development of the attraction. Following the resolution, however, and improvement of some of these challenges, the Ghana Tourism Authority has intensified the promotion and marketing of Boti Falls through its domestic tourism campaigns, digital platforms, tourism affairs, and inclusion in tourism packages marketed to both local and international visitors. Going forward, the Ministry will continue to collaborate with the Yilo Krobo Municipal Assembly, the Traditional Authority, and other stakeholders to 1. Enhance the visibility and accessibility of Boti Falls under the Black Star Experience Initiative. 2. Support destination marketing and branding efforts to attract more visitors. 3. Facilitate partnerships and investment opportunities for the development of tourism-related facilities around the site. And 4. Promote sustainable tourism practices and community participation in the management of the attraction. 5. Encourage the development of complementary tourism products within the area to increase visitor stay and expenditure. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry remains committed to supporting local and traditional authorities in positioning Boti Falls as one of Ghana's leading ecotourism destinations for the benefit of the local community and the national economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nana Jane, any further questions?
Yes, please. Mr. Speaker, the Minister in her response said that Boti Falls is being owned by Yilo Krobo Municipal Assembly and is currently operated by a private entity under a public-private partnership arrangement. Can the Minister be kind enough to tell this House how much revenue is being generated yearly by this private-public partnership?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would urge the Member of Parliament, my colleague, to make a specific question, file one, and I'll bring the exact answers to you. Because as I've indicated in this response, it is managed, it is under the management of the Assembly. That is not part of the Ministry, and it was not part of the questionnaire, so I didn't prefer for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's answer, she indicated that the GTA is promoting development of complementary tourism within the enclave. And, Mr. Speaker, the enclave is also a border to my constituency.
So that's why I've given you the floor.
Which is also on the stretch to Boti Falls, is Aka Falls, into Falls, and then the Achamaten Counter-Terrorism Training Center. But the road, Mr. Speaker, to Boti Falls is very terrible. But the Minister assured us that as part of the promotion, she would aggressively.
Honorable members, let's be tolerant a bit, please. Please. Yes. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, would the Minister assure us that with the Black Star Experience promotion of Boti Falls, one of the hindrances to that promotion would be the road? Will she assure us that she would aggressively deal with the Ministry for Roads so that that road can be awarded on contract?
Very well. Honorable, I see this question as very relevant. Please, Minister.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague is minded to go to perhaps the video unit and also in the Hansard, at my vetting, I did indicate that one of the areas that are of grave concern to me are the roads that lead to the destinations for tourism. As fate will have it, as if I knew that this question would come, only yesterday, again, I approached the Minister for Roads, appealing to him that not only the one in your constituency and the adjoining one, but also all the roads that lead to the sites that promote tourism and, of course, the hospitality sector. So you and I are on the same platform. I'll urge you to join me in lobbying the Minister for Roads so that the road is done for all of us to benefit as a country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Sajin.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister said there are some long-standing challenges that affected its operations, promotion, and overall visitor experience. Can she tell us some of the challenges that this site is facing, as she said in her answer?
Yes, Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, it would be easy if it didn't involve traditional authority for me to spill out the issues here. But I would think that once I've indicated that it is under your assembly, that perhaps this question be directed to the assembly for them to explain to you what the issues are. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Matinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I ask my questions, I think that this is a house of record, and we must make certain things clear. It is not the powers of the minister to direct a member to file a question in this house. If a question is asked and then you have no answers, you just say you don't have answers. But to say that you should file a question, it is the speaker's responsibility. It is not the member.
Well noted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister. She said the facility is run under the PPP arrangements. I want to find out from her whether that is the norm or it is just exclusive to the boutique force only, the PPP arrangement.
Well, Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, there are many arrangements that are made depending on where it is. Some facilities belong directly, are managed directly by the ministry and its agencies. In others, they belong to the communities. And so we are not directly involved in the management. For example, many people think that even Abri Gardens is under the ministry, but it's not. We are not responsible for Abri Gardens. Kakum, for example, even though we promote it, it is not under our management. So we do not know how the owners manage their facilities. So it's difficult to answer this question, but I think that my initial comments addresses it, that it depends where it is and who it belongs to. So it's difficult to say, really. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members. Honourable Martin.
Thank you very much for your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, the minister gave some hopes and promised to promote some partnership or facilitate some partnership in some of the answers that she provided. I want to find out whether it is the protracted partnership she's talking about or she thinks of bringing on board a new at point 3, facilitate partnership and investment opportunities for the development of tourism-related facilities around the sites. So I'm just asking whether you're looking forward to bring some new partnership to the boutique force, or you are looking at the old partnership that existed. That's what I'm saying.
Minister.
Chief Whip,
Order 89.3 says that supplementary questions, a member has the right to ask 2. No, it's 2. That is what your order says, so you can check it.
Chief Whip, please. I gave him the opportunity based on the standing orders. Please, Minister, respond.
Mr. Speaker, currently, as the situation is, we as a ministry have nothing that gives us opportunity to do this partnership. But I'm suggesting that we have the potential to do so. And I'm happy about the questions because it's giving me the opportunity to let members of parliament know that the sector offers a huge potential. If we take interest and help us to find investors, we have the experts. We will help you to develop your place, package it, promote it, and the benefits will be for the country. So I'm looking forward to that kind of interaction with members of parliament and, of course, your assemblies. By the way, Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly happy that under President John Dramani Mahama, 80% of the common fund goes to the assembly. These facilities, if they belong to you and they are in your communities, you have low-hanging fruits, you can invest in those facilities, you get the IGF, we don't. Perhaps we only take the 1% that the law allows us to. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we take the last question from the Lejukuku Member of Parliament, Honourable Ayiku. Honourable Ayiku, you have the floor now. On question 790.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts what plans the ministry has put in place to support and promote the Teshi Homowo Festival, which attracts thousands of tourists and participants annually in order to enhance tourism-driven revenue generation.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry recognizes the Teshi Homowo Festival, among others, as one of Ghana's significant cultural heritage events with immense tourism and economic potential in the Dangbe state. The ministry, through the Ghana Tourism Authority, supports and promotes several festivals across the country as part of efforts to develop Ghana's cultural tourism sector and drive domestic and international tourist arrivals. To support and promote the Teshi Homowo Festival, the ministry, through the Ghana Tourism Authority and other sector agencies, continue to undertake the following measures. 1. Inclusion of the Teshi Homowo Festival in the National Tourism Events Calendar and annual promotional campaigns. 2. Marketing the festival as part of Ghana's cultural tourism offerings under the Black Star Experience Initiative. 3. Collaborating with traditional authorities, Lejokuku Municipal Assembly, and community stakeholders to enhance the organization and visibility of the festival. 4. Leveraging digital platforms, media partnerships, and international tourism promotion channels to attract more visitors. 5. Encouraging tour operators and hospitality establishments to develop festival-related tourism packages. 6. Supporting initiatives that preserve and showcase the rich cultural heritage, traditional music, dance, cuisine, and customs associated with the festival. These interventions are aimed at increasing tourist arrivals, boosting local economic activities, creating employment opportunities, and maximizing tourism-generated revenue for the Teshi community and the nation as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Ayiku, any further questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yes. I would like to thank the Minister for all these nice initiatives and plans. But I would like to ask the minister whether these initiatives will start this year, because in August, Teshi is celebrating Omowo. I want to know from the minister if we benefit from these initiatives. Thank you.
Yes, Minister. Honorable Likuto.
Mr. Speaker, you need to protect me from Honorable Jerry Wejagbawe. You need to protect me from Wejagbawe, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that it's just fair for me to let my colleague know that my late mother is from Teshi, so I'm your constituent by extension. And promoting Homowo for Teshi and all the other communities that celebrate it is part of what we are already doing. And if I can read between the lines of your question, it is whether we will increase the promotion for you and all the other things that I've listed. And my answer emphatically is yes. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I think on your behalf, I can thank our colleague, Honorable Minister for Tourism and Creative Arts, for coming upon the House to respond to our questions. Honorable Minister, we thank you, and you are hereby discharged. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, may we now take item number 8, statement. I have one in my name, and then the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader also has one. Then we have one unadvertised one, even though admitted. And my prayer is that we take it today, because today is the day for the African child, isn't it? So we want to pray that. So, we'll have 3 statements. Speaker, so with your leave, if I may just deliver my...
Well. So before I invite the first statement, kindly indulge me 5 minutes to suspend the House. Yes. So, Honorable Majority Whip, I do not have the copies of those people slated for Well, let me, Roxanne is not here, so let me start with Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Patricia Appiah-Jane, on the impact of population dynamics on aging retirements and pensions in Ghana. Yes, Ma.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make this statement of the impact of dynamics on old age, retirement, and pensions in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's demographic structure is undergoing a profound transformation, and Parliament must treat aging and retirement as a matter of national urgency. According to the latest UN projections, Ghana's population aged 60 years and above, which stood at 2.05 million in 2020, is projected to reach 2.42 million, a growth rate of 5.7 to 6.3 million by 2050. That's a 12-fold increase since 1960, when the elderly population was about 200,000. This trend is driven by rising life expectancy and declining fertility. Life expectancy at birth has increased from 47 years in 1960 to 65.4 years in 2025, and is projected to reach 68.98 years by 2026. While this reflects clear progress in health and social conditions, it also means more Ghanaians will live longer in retirement, placing greater demand on pensions, healthcare, and social protection systems. Mr. Speaker, the reality on the ground remains troubling. Many elderly citizens still say, "I am 70 and still working," like myself. "My pension does not come regularly." This reflects a system where pension incomes are inadequate, irregular, or delayed, forcing older Ghanaians to remain in the workforce under difficult conditions. The implications for our retirement and pension systems are now more urgent than before. First, pension funds face mounting pressure. The age dependency ratio stood at 65.36% in 2024, meaning roughly 65 dependents. We are talking about children and elderly for every 100 working age pensions. While this is down from a peak of 106.6% in 1970, the composition is shifting. The age dependency ratio is projected to rise to 22.2 by 2050, while the youth dependency ratio declines. This means the working population will increasingly bear the burden of supporting the elderly rather than the children. Second, coverage gaps in the pension system remains wide. SNIT currently has about 2.1 million active contributors against an estimated 15 million working population. The informal sector accounts for over 80% of Ghana's workforce, yet only 0.85% of informal sector workers are covered by SNIT. Without deliberate expansion, the majority of Ghanaians will enter old age without any formal pension protection. Thirdly, urbanization and migration continue to erode traditional family care. More young people are moving to urban centers for work, leaving elderly relatives in rural communities without adequate support. This shift makes formal social protection even more critical. Mr. Speaker, reactive policies have led to repeated crises and short-term fixes. Proactive planning is the only path to sustained development. In this regard, I propose the following. 1. Strengthen SNIT oversight and payment systems to ensure timely and adequate pensions. SNIT has not defaulted on pension payments in over 6 decades, and processing times have reduced from several weeks to under 10 working days. This momentum must be sustained. expand social protection and health care for the elderly, especially in deprived and rural areas where family support is weakest. Accelerate pension enrollment in the formal sector. I acknowledge the Self-Employed Enrollment Drive, the SEED initiative launched by SNED in Ghana to extend pension coverage to self-employed workers and digital platforms set up by the SNED. These initiatives are laudable, but there is a need to scale up coverage to match the 80% of workers in the informal economy. Integrate demographic data into national planning and budgets. Parliament must prioritize funding for aged care, health care, and social protection as non-negotiable components of development planning. And finally, invest in youth employment and productivity today. The current youth population must become a strong economic base to sustain future pension obligations. Without productive jobs now, there will be no contributors tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, aging is no longer a distant issue. It is here. And if we fail to prepare, Ghana will face severe social and economic pressures in the coming decades. I therefore firmly believe that with sound planning, effective governance, and sustained investments in human capital, we can turn this demographic shift into an opportunity rather than a burden. We in governance must recognize that social spending is not a cost, but an investment to make the future brighter than we have today. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I humbly urge this Honorable House to support policies that protect the dignity, welfare, and security of Ghanaian retirees and the aging population. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes. Let me go to my senior first, Honorable Member for Wa Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the MP for Asekwa, the Deputy Minority Leader, the Chairman or Chairperson of the Population Caucus. I just handed over to her, and possibly will be taking over from me when I leave the African presidency of the Population Caucus. Mr. Speaker, this statement is very important. I can understand the challenge of population growth in Ghana, but deeper than that is the issue she has brought up, that we have an increasing aged population. Presently, if you look at the demography and the pyramids, you will find that there is a huge youth population. If that youth population, which is overwhelming, cannot be harnessed now, the possibility is that they can't take care of a growing population of the aged as we grow along. That would have meant that we will have an aged population we cannot take care of. And it's a very critical point she's raising and must be taken seriously. It simply means that we have to make sure policy approach is intentional, directed at the growing adult population, so that we don't have an overwhelming population of young Ghanaians who will suffer in their aged lives. We need to bridge the gap of employment creation to support young people today, to beef them up, to increase their education, to support them to get good jobs, so we can plan towards, in 25 years, plan towards an overwhelming majority of the aged. She says that in 2050, there is a high level growth in population of the aged, and that's going to be like 12% of the present population. And it's going to be overwhelming, Mr. Speaker, if we don't plan now. So I think Ghana has done well over the years, but we need to do more. If we look at our population in 1960, compare it to the population of 2 East African countries, let's say Uganda and Kenya. At that point, at that level, Kenya was just hitting 9 million. Uganda was just a little above Ghana. And the population of Uganda at the time and Ghana at the time was about 7 million. Today, Ghana is about 35 million. Uganda has hit 58, getting to 60 million. And that tells you what we have done over the years. The Ghana's population has not been growing as fast as what Uganda has done. It shows that we have done well so far, but not as good as we should have done. Now, the next challenge we are going to face is the population of the growing Ghanaian. How far have we worked towards ensuring that at a point now when we are unable to take full advantage of the population of the youth, how do we approach that of the aged when they are 60 and above? And that's the point she's raising. And I think that we've taken particular notice of it. I will also urge that we design policies to address that challenge and to make sure that in doing so, we think about the overall development approach that will create value and resources for the country Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Akre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm also grateful for this opportunity to contribute to this very important statement made by our Deputy Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, we as young people should be very much concerned about pensions and aging, because we will all grow old one day. If you look at the statement, it did indicate that the population trends recently is tilting towards the aged. And so very soon, Ghana would move from a youthful population to an aging population. Again, one of the major reasons why I want to commend her is that aging and pensions is one of the less discussed topical issues in our body politic as well as the nation. A lot of young people fail to plan for their pensions and their aging. And so you see that if you go to our rural communities, you are likely to find a lot of age poverty that is associated with aging. You will see people who have worked for 20 years, 30 years of their life, and they were very okay. But once they come to pension, you see their standard of living declining. And so this is a very important statement and something that should bother the nation as a whole. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what one of the key things that she talked about was the fact that over 70 to 80% of the economy is within the informal sector. However, you don't find them being covered by the pension schemes. So I think that we need to do more in terms of education. And as a matter of policy, as soon as practicable, it's important to fashion a well-designed plan to capture the informal sector and make it very flexible and easy, accessible for them to be able to contribute to their age and to their pension scheme. Mr. Speaker, another issue that I want to talk about is that before I became a member of parliament, one of the things I've heard is that Ghana, our wage bill is huge. The wage bill is overbloated. And we all tend to believe that. But Mr. Speaker, at our population caucus, there was a serious revelation that I made, and I want to bring it out for everybody to know. Mr. Speaker, if you look at our wage bill, it's 25% of our compensation. We have over 360 billion compensation. Wage bill is about 90 billion. If you look at the IMF benchmarking, Mr. Speaker, a developing country should be giving 35 to 40% of their appropriation to wages and salary. So it cannot be
that we are overpaying. Because one of the issues that SNIT raised was that when it comes to the monthly pensions contribution, workers complain that it is not enough. And it is because of the volume of salaries and wages that they receive and based on the calculation they pay for them. So it's important for us to look at this again. And I'll urge this House to look at, because we keep saying that our wage bill is bloated. But if the benchmarking for payment of wages and salaries as against compensation, our total appropriation is 35 to 40%. And we are doing just 25%. Then we cannot say that as a country we are giving so much to the people that pay tax.
Thank you.
So on that note, I want to call on this House to take a look again at the percentage of wages and salaries as compared to our appropriation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to Minister for Tourism. Your sister made a statement, and obviously you have to.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader and MP for Asokwa, Honorable Patricia P.J., popularly known or affectionately called Ma Pat, for this Kumasi Rosalinda, for this statement. Mr. Speaker, all things being equal, I should be also preparing for retirement. And so that is one of the reasons why I'm interested in the statement that has been made. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I think that the MP for Okre took a bit of the wind out of my sail in drawing our attention to the informal sector, which is where majority of the people in the ecosystem in which I work belong. The creative sector, the cultural space, and of course the tourism space is also affected. These three domains have people who are into private practice, and they are not particularly earning salary in a very formal way. And so their pension is usually on a very personal level. And that is problematic because if, for example, you're an actress and if a script comes to you once a year, how much of that can you really save towards your pension, towards your retirement? So I've engaged the very efficient boss of SNIT, Honorable Afrebaini, on a personal level. I've engaged him on a personal level on behalf of my people. But having listened to the statement, I'll urge the Honorable MP who made the statement, Mama Pat, to make copies available to us so that we can all together push this brilliant submission that she has made on account of how we prepare towards our exit from active service. And that said, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me turn to Honorable Member for Takoradi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank the maker of the statement for bringing some refresh to this subject matter. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the issue of pensions have been one key issue that have been bothering the minds of Ghanaians, especially senior citizens, even to the extent that even Parliament, MPs here, have also been pushing for such a system to support old age persons. Mr. Speaker, if we take the statistics that she provided, 2.42 million in 2020 to now looking at a figure which is going to be about 10, 11, 12 folds come 2030, then clearly we should know that we have a huge burden on us. Because if we take the pension age from 47 to life expectancy to now we're looking at around 68.98 for 2026. Basically, we are talking about 70 years now the average age that Ghanaians would be living, then the need for us to support pensioners is key. But the fundamentals, Mr. Speaker, has to be done properly, because we cannot continue to be reactive and expect different results. Mr. Speaker, if we take those in the informal sector being 80%, we cannot continue to have this lackadaisical attitude towards bringing them on board a formal pension system. Mr. Speaker, today we have the Ghana card. What is stopping us from having a new law that makes it compulsory for everybody to contribute to some form of pension or the other? We have to take a decision, because we cannot give excuses for this to explode in our faces. If we don't formalize the informal sector and make sure that they pay something down consistently till they get into pension, Mr. Speaker, we should understand that our knee-jerk reaction like leap will never solve the problem. So far, we've put so many people on the leap, yet we've not been able to exit them from the leap. Sometimes that's even become difficulty, where people think that those who benefit from the leap are only benefiting because they are politically connected. That should not be the case. Every Ghanaian, every pensioner, every old age person should have a fair opportunity at being supported by our government. Mr. Speaker, if you also take the issue of rural-urban migration, which has been a major problem in this country, it is time we solve it. Mr. Speaker, this country has over-centralized. Too over-centralized, where even Accra, that is virtually taking everybody on board, is also disorganized because they are taking too much than they can actually chew. So I believe that it is time that we take our decentralization very, very, very seriously. And then even look at the possibility of creating regional development funds for the regional administrations to invest and support businesses in those locations, so that the young people know that in their own localities they can find formal, well-paying jobs in this area. Mr. Speaker, it is time Ghana start looking at creating champions in all the regions of this country. Because it can never be that when people are of age, they come to school in Accra, they don't want to go back home. When people go to Kumasi, they don't want to go back home. This is the reason why the dependency and then older people keep working, is because they don't have the younger generations working around them, being able to raise their own capital or being able to generate decent pay to support their elders in their own community or society. So I believe that that issue about decentralization is an issue we need to relook at. The issue of raising champions in our communities should be an issue we should be looking at. Mr. Speaker, if we take companies like Casapreco, that are Dangotes and the rest, they've shown that the African can manage his own affair. And we should be able to encourage more of such persons in all localities, in all the communities. I mean, take a company like Bob in Wassa. Because of Bob, which has been there for over 30 years, the place is stabilized. If we take a company like Samatex in Wassa, I mean, Free West, they've been there for over 40 years. And Mr. Speaker, if you go there on May Day, it's like the whole Ghana Christmas, because those companies have been able to survive. And we need to find a way to make sure that
Thank you. Well, thank you. So let me go to your senior first. Honorable Chairman for Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And also thank Mapat for the great statements that she has been making these days. Yeah, aging is a physiological process, and whether we like it or not, we will all go through it. I remember some patients of mine who used to ask me, "Doctor, I don't drink, I don't smoke, All the bad things that you can think of, I don't do it. And yet I have got hypertension, I've got diabetes, I'm likely to get stroke, I've got cancer, and they forget that whether you like it or not, age is a disposal factor, a factor that can lead to any of these conditions. But thanks to President Mahama and the NDC government, we have set up a system, the Mahama case, which is expected to help the aged. I'm saying this because when you go on pension, for most of us, our income will reduce and we will have less income than when we're working. Meanwhile, the cost of medications will rise because as you grow, like I've already explained, you are exposed to certain sicknesses that will bring you a high cost, like cancer, for example. And so, Mahama Cares is supposed to subsidize treatment. And the primary health care is expected to prevent you from getting the sickness very early. You might still get it, but you'll get it at an older age. Now, when it comes to the other side of the story, it is like our extended family system that we have used to assist in the management of old age. That is when you grow old, you go back to your village, you have your nephew, your nieces there to help you. It's likely that most of us here, our children might even be somewhere else. But now everybody is migrating to the city. Everybody is migrating to the town. And so it is not difficult for us to get somebody to take care of us at the villages. And that is why we must take what we call geriatric health services very serious. In the developed world, now we have homes that your father or your mother, when the person is very old, you can give that person something like a treat. You will send him to something that has been set up, a home that has been set up like a guest house. And they'll be taking care of this thing. There's a doctor there, there are nurses or caregivers. They even have entertainments, everything. And they will also supervise the person to take their medications. The last time I asked the Health Facilities Regulatory Authority about whether we have something like that in Ghana here, they said no. But we have got 4 individuals who have expressed interest to establish home for the elderly. And that is the beginning of what I'm talking about. So let us take this aspect seriously. Let us promote people who have wealth and can spare some amount of money to open homes for the elderly. And we can send our people there, and then we can have time for our other activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we will I'll give you 2 minutes to talk. Honorable Banya, you'll be given the opportunity to contribute to the next statement, not this. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me start off by thanking the maker of the statement, the Deputy Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, it's often said that a society is judged by how it treats its elderly citizens. Mr. Speaker, all of us one day will become old. All of us one day will go on retirement. If you look at our society today, to go on retirement means to go to Audome Cemetery. To go on retirement means that get ready and go and die.
A lot of people who are working in the formal sector, Mr. Speaker, they may benefit from government facilities, including housing and what have you. Now, as soon as you go on retirement, you have to vacate those facilities and relocate. Oftentimes, the people are not able to put up houses for themselves. And so the little pension money that they receive is what, Mr. Speaker, they now try to start putting up a building. Mr. Speaker, sometimes you see a man, a woman who's over 60 years, taking care of children in the basic school. And so definitely there's no way that that meager pension money that is given to him can be sufficient or can... What are those who are married at old talking at me? Mr. Speaker, so it is a very, very, very important issue that he has raised. Now, the family system that used to be, we are becoming quite nuclear now. The extended family system is fading away very, very fast. And so you go back to our communities and villages and you see an elderly person stay in the house alone. The grandchildren are not available, the children are not available, and makes life so difficult for them. So, Speaker, if you can extend social amenities to the rural communities and encourage more people to stay in the communities, and so that the communal spirit that used to be there, we can revisit it, I think to do us a lot of good. So, Speaker, like the right speaker,
Well, thank you very much. We'll take the next statement from Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Dafiamapo. He wants to make a statement on the rising xenophobic crisis in South Africa. Honorable Atta, you have the floor.
Speaker, I thank you. Speaker, Reverend Tim Fojo was wondering whether I'm indeed Atta. I'm Atakakra. Yes, that means Atakakra. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make this statement in respect of the rising xenophobic issues in South Africa. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart, not merely as a citizen of Ghana, but also as a member of Parliament of Ghana, as well as the member of the Pan-African Parliament, which is headquartered in Durban, South Africa. Speaker, we are deeply troubled by the dangerous resurgence of xenophobic violence against fellow Africans in the Republic of South Africa. Speaker, what we are witnessing is not an isolated disturbance. It is not a misunderstanding between communities. It's not an ordinary social frustration. Speaker, what we are witnessing is the gradual normalization of organized hostility against African migrants and foreign nationals under the dangerous disguise of cleanup operations, citizen enforcement, and community protection. Speaker, recent incidents in Durban and KwaZulu-Natal have shocked many across our continent. Viral videos and eyewitness reports show mobs stopping African nationals in public spaces, demanding identity documents, interrogating individuals without lawful authority, threatening traders, assaulting persons perceived to be foreigners, and forcing migrant-owned businesses to shut down out of fear. Speaker, among the victims was a Ghanaian national lawfully resident in South Africa who was reportedly confronted and told to fix his own country. This, Mr. Speaker, is unacceptable. It's unlawful, and Mr. Speaker, above all, it's profoundly un-African. We must speak honestly today, Mr. Speaker. No citizen, private nor ordinary, has the legal authority to become an immigration officer unto himself. No mob has the constitutional right to decide who belongs in Africa. No African should be hunted in another African state simply because of an accent, nationality insinuation, surname, occupation, or economic hardship. Mr. Speaker, this growing pattern represents a dangerous collapse between lawful governance and street vigilantism. Honourable members, South Africa occupies a sacred place in the conscience of Africa. Many African states, including Ghana, stood firmly with the people of South Africa during the brutal years of apartheid. African countries provided diplomatic support, financial assistance, scholarships, safe havens, military solidarity, and moral advocacy for the liberation struggle. It is therefore painful that Africans who once marched for South African freedom are today living in fear within South Africa. Even more troubling, Mr. Speaker, is the broader moral contradiction this crisis creates. Mr. Speaker, South Africa has rightly earned global respect for speaking boldly against injustice, apartheid-era oppression, and more recently, the humanitarian catastrophe that happened in Gaza. South Africa has positioned itself before the international community as a defender of human dignity, international law, and oppressed people's rights. But any xenophobic violence against fellow Africans weakens that moral authority, Mr. Speaker. A nation cannot credibly condemn dehumanization abroad while tolerating the dehumanization of Africans at home. The struggle for Palestinian dignity and the struggle for African dignity are not morally separate conversations, Mr. Speaker. Human rights cannot be defended selectively. Justice loses credibility when compassion stops at the border. Xenophobia, therefore, does not only threaten migrants, it undermines Africa's collective moral voice on global justice, human rights, and international solidarity. It also weakens the very spirit of African unity upon which this Parliament and the African Union were founded. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has consistently demonstrated friendship, openness, and economic cooperation toward South Africa and South African businesses. Today, several South African companies operate successfully and profitably across Ghana, with some enjoying dominant market positions and significant market share in their subsectors. This is not by accident. It is evidence of Ghana's respect for South Africa, its investors, and the broader Pan-African ideal of mutual economic partnership. Speaker, these companies include MTN, DSTV, Stanbic Bank, Protea Hotels, Submiller, ShopRite, Lancet Laboratories, South African Airways, First National Bank, Gold Foods, APSA, and Brawl, just to mention a few. Speaker, these companies have operated, traded, expanded, employed Ghanaians, generated revenue, and benefited from Ghana's hospitality and stable investment environment. Ghanaians did not attack South African businesses because of nationality. We did not organize mobs against South African workers. We did not establish illegal checkpoints to interrogate South Africans in our markets or streets. Speaker, that is the Africa we believe in. An Africa where economic cooperation replaces suspicion. An Africa where nationality is not treated as a crime. An Africa where African prosperity is shared, not weaponized. This statement is not intended to inflame tensions against the South African people. Indeed, many South Africans themselves have condemned these attacks. Rather, Mr. Speaker, it's a call for agency, accountability, and continental responsibility. The African continent cannot remain silent while anti-African violence evolves into an organized form of intimidation. Speaker, I accordingly and respectfully call for the following. One, that a formal Pan-African Parliament resolution condemning xenophobic violence against African nationals anywhere on the continent. 2, immediate investigations and prosecutions against individuals and groups involved in unlawful assaults, intimidation, looting, and hate-driven vigilantism in South Africa. 3, a stronger protection mechanisms for African migrants, traders, refugees, students, and workers residing in member states. D, a continental early warning and response framework for xenophobic violence under the African Union Peace and Security Architecture. Mr. Speaker, E, we want a greater economic cooperation and youth employment strategies across Africa to address the socio-economic frustrations that often fuel xenophobic mobilization in Africa. F, Mr. Speaker, a reaffirmation on the Pan-African solidarity, dignity, and the principle that every African life matters equally across the continent. Speaker, Africans cannot preach unity in Addis Ababa while Africans bleed in African streets. We cannot advocate free movement under Agenda 2063 while fear governs the movement of African people. We cannot celebrate Pan-Africanism ceremonially while tolerating anti-African violence politically in South Africa. Speaker, we cannot collectively demand justice from the world while we fail to guarantee justice for Africans within Africa itself. Beyond policy and diplomacy, we must ask, what would our ancestors think of us today? What would Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah say if Africans are hunting fellow Africans in African streets? What would Nelson Mandela think after sacrificing so much for humanity and reconciliation? What would Thomas Sankara, Patrice Lumumba, and Julius Nyerere say about an African turning against its own people? These freedom fighters dreamed of a united Africa, not one where nationality becomes a reason for fear, humiliation, or violence. Speaker, historically, history will be watching us. Future generations will ask whether Africa stood together when hatred rose within our borders. Let our answer be courage over fear, unity over division, and justice over silence. And let us do so as Africans first. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very, very much. Honourable members, I could see that the interest is there. So my prayer to all of you is that please limit your time of contribution. You shouldn't go beyond 5 minutes if you get the opportunity. Let me start with Honorable Bujinapo, the ranking member for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very comprehensive and insightful statement by the Honorable Roxanne Nelson Chief Kwame Dafiamakpa, the Honorable Member for South Dine. Mr. Speaker, it's a very timely statement, and I think that he's dealt with almost all the aspects of this matter. Mr. Speaker, I want to associate myself with him when he says that not all South Africans support this very unfortunate and barbaric conduct in parts of South Africa. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the ruling party of South Africa since 1994, the African National Congress, the ANC, its own charter is anchored on racial harmony. And indeed, South African independence was fought and achieved on the principle of African unity and racial harmony. Mr. Speaker, I think it's also fitting for us to commend and salute our government, the Mahama administration, and the Ministry and Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, for the extraordinary effort they put in evacuating our compatriots from South Africa, and generally, Mr. Speaker, for the leadership they have shown in this very important and difficult matter. Again, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for us to urge our government on and associate with our government when, in the case where they petition the African Union to deal with this matter at its AU mid-year coordinating meeting, which is scheduled to be held in Cairo, Egypt, and also say that the ministry should engage other African countries to ensure that this matter is not treated as one of those immigration issues, but an important Pan-African issue which requires Africa's intervention as a collective. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has had the very respected and enviable record of evacuations, and I refer to our evacuation of some 1,000 of our compatriots when the Russia-Ukraine war broke out, where this evacuation was done through Romania, Poland, Uruguay, Hungary, Slovakia, and many other places. Mr. Speaker, again, in Lebanon, we were able to evacuate some 2,262 Ghanaians, and during COVID-19, we evacuated almost 8,000 Ghanaians across the world. Mr. Speaker, I think it's about time that our government and our country, and perhaps this House, considers an evacuation policy or even legislation in respect of evacuation. Mr. Speaker, what happened during the march between South Africa and Mexico should be a big wake-up call to all of us, not just South Africans, but all African nations, that, Mr. Speaker, Africa is a unitary continent. We are one people. And indeed, until in the 1880s, when we had 7 European countries, and further to that, during the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885, where there was a scramble for Africa and the partition of Africa, we are all one people. And that is why you will find Akans in Ghana as well as in Cote d'Ivoire, and you find all manner of ethnic groups littered all over Africa, because we are one people. And I think it's absolutely important for us to underscore that point. And to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that Africa is one, and what happened to our compatriots in South Africa also demonstrated that in times like that, Ghana can be united, and all of us can rally behind our government, our elected government, to deal with difficult situations such as that. We saw that during COVID-19, where all the various components and composites of the polity of our country came together to support our government. We've done so in this particular situation. But in all that we do, we should all remember that Africa first. Mr. Speaker, with that, I thank the maker of the statement for making such a profound statement.
Thank you very, very much. Let me now turn to my brother James.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity, and let me commend the maker of the statement, my own Chief Whip, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dafiamokpo. The statement is indeed very timely. And Mr. Speaker, let me for once commend my brother, the Honorable Abu Jinapo. He's commended the government for its efforts, and in his contribution to this statement, Mr. Speaker, he has been very fair, and I'd like to congratulate him, Honorable Abu Jinapo. Mr. Speaker, that said, following the xenophobic attacks in South Africa, many Ghanaians have asked or implored government to exact vengeance. And I'm happy the maker of the statement alluded to the fact that in this country, there are quite a number of South African business interests. His statement, if read carefully, Mr. Speaker, suggests that we should not exact vengeance. Mr. Speaker, I want to support that call, that whilst we pursue diplomatic channels towards a resolution of this matter, we should not, and I repeat, we should not exact vengeance. Let us demonstrate maturity in the face of adversity. Mr. Speaker, I say this because our own history suggests that in matters of this kind, if you do not allow cool heads to prevail and decide that vengeance is the way to go, Mr. Speaker, you create more challenges and troubles for yourself. Let us cast our minds back, Mr. Speaker, to 1969. The same reasons were canvassed: unemployment caused by the presence of foreigners in this country. Around that period, 1969, government decided to respond by enacting a legislation known as the Aliens Compliance Order under Kofi Abrefa-Buze, the then Prime Minister. The result was that foreigners were repatriated from this country. Mr. Speaker, fast forward to the 1980s. Fast forward to the 1980s. Nigerians exacted vengeance. They exacted vengeance.
James. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Reverend, resume your seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Honorable members, honorable members. Is it the word repatriation? Honorable members, honorable members. Honorable members, let's be a bit tolerant, please. I beg of you. James.
I am surprised that my colleagues.
James, you should know that your comment should not and must not attract any debate. So please do the commentary in such a way that it wouldn't attract debate.
Mr. Speaker, I am making reference to historical antecedents. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that?
James.
Mr. Speaker, let me continue.
Continue.
Yes, so from 1969, I proceeded to the early 1980s, specifically 1983, when the Nigerians elected to exact vengeance. Mr. Speaker, there was a humanitarian catastrophe. And anybody who lived in Ghana during that period, in the early 1980s, would agree that what happened in 1969 provoked the vengeance that was exacted in 1983. Which is why I am saying that in spite of the fact that the South Africans have acted in a manner that is unacceptable, we should not, as a country, seek to exact vengeance. Because if we do so, the backlash, Mr. Speaker, may be hard to contain. It is against this backdrop that I urge that there should be restraint. Let us pursue the diplomatic options that are open to us, devoid of exacting vengeance. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Why are you people so afraid?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Bonsoir, frère.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have always maintained that every comment or statement that is made here is debatable depending on who is sitting in the chair, which is clear. Mr. Speaker, the Aliens Compliance Order.
I don't understand that.
The Aliens Compliance Order was passed by the Nkrumah administration, and that is fact and record. Mr. Speaker, I proceed to say that the issue with our colleague South Africa is something we are all not happy about. We've condemned it in every or no uncertain terms. Mr. Speaker, the minority had made a very strong position on it. The leader of the minority group even made a very lucid and succinct statement on the floor of ECOWAS Parliament. And our point and positions are clear. The ranking member has made some of the points, so I won't belabor them. Mr. Speaker, we have about 50,000 Ghanaians living in South Africa. Now we have only evacuated 5,000. I've only evacuated 1,000 of them. Mr. Speaker, the percentages per the numbers we have brought to Ghana and the numbers living in South Africa, Mr. Speaker, is less than 3% of those we have brought here. So it is important that we resort to a lot of diplomatic engagement and tactfulness to protect the security and the safety of the huge chunks of Ghanaians in South Africa. Not just those who are here. Let us not, as a country, focus on the few, less than 1%, that we have brought them here. And it is important. Mr. Speaker, I am saying and emphasizing on this diplomatic issue because of the scrabble between our Ghanaian Foreign Affairs Minister, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, and the Foreign Affairs Minister for South Africa, Honorable Lemola. Mr. Speaker, it is not the best way for diplomatic engagement, and it is threatening for the country and our compatriots or sisters and brothers still living in South Africa. Mr. Speaker, my next point. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we know that it is good that we announce, we tell people of the things that we are doing. We trumpet some of our gains and our efforts. But Mr. Speaker, diplomacy sometimes is not always running to social media. It is not always doing things covertly. Mr. Speaker, it is important that sometimes we resort to backdoor negotiations and engagement, which is clean and clear. Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Affairs Minister for South Africa was clear, and he said that he is responding on air, on social media, because of the route our minister used. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I urge that whilst we are dealing and looking at this issue between South Africa and Ghana, we should look at some of these negotiations that needs to be done backdoor and not always running to social media. Mr. Speaker, we have about 400 Ghanaians who have moved from about 9 different provinces of South Africa to Pretoria. Mr. Speaker, they have done their biometric capturing, and Home Affairs South Africa has taken them out of their system, still lacking in Pretoria, finding space to come to Ghana. I am urging the government, whilst we commend the government and the minister for evacuating about 1,000 of our compatriots back here, they should make arrangements for the few 400 people that are still lacking and suffering or having challenges in South Africa to come back home, because they have already taken their biometric registration, and Home Affairs South Africa has taken them out of the point. Mr. Speaker, now let me say that the entire African nation are against the Xenophobic Act. The demonstration at the World Cup supporting Mexico is a clear indication, and South Africa are also feeling the pinch. If somebody is in your country illegally, it is not for you, the citizen, to walk them out. The government must take actions to do that, and we employ on the government and leadership of South Africa to make strong statement and strong action to deal with this xenophobic act. The Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you and thank the maker of the statement, Honorable Dafia Mekpo, the Majority Chief Whip, for making this statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go to the stream end. Okay, let me give to Hajia, you have a statement. Let me give it to Honorable Abenya. After this, I'm coming to Hajia, so let me give it to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important and timely statement by the Honorable Majority Chief Whip. Mr. Speaker, the statement is very comprehensive, and it captures the sentiments of every discerning African about what is happening in South Africa. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the xenophobic violence is a betrayal of history, knowing the fact that many of us, Africans, contributed to the liberation of South Africa. But Mr. Speaker, permit me to use my time to correct an impression created by the previous speaker, the Honorable Asafueje. Mr. Speaker, he created the impression that because we still have some Ghanaians in South Africa, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, is not justified in engaging his counterpart on the issues that are happening, and even said that this issue is not about running to social media and what have you. Mr. Speaker, since the xenophobic attacks, the Foreign Affairs Minister and the government of Ghana... Mr. Speaker, it's important for me to say in this chamber that when the government of Ghana, acting through the Foreign Affairs Minister, undertakes any activity, you may disagree, you may not like the minister, but to sit in this chamber and create the impression as though the minister was only engaging in social media activities cannot be true. It is not true, and allow me to correct it. Because you were creating the impression that the minister was only on social media. In fact, the results we achieved that led to the evacuation of the 1,000 was not achieved by just being on social media. You may not like the minister, that is fair, but every discerning Ghanaian can attest to the fact that the minister and the government has done extremely well. And I thought, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable Asafueje should have taken a cue from your ranking member when he commented on the statement from a very nationalistic point of view. It is not every issue that must be reduced to petty politicking. This is a serious issue, and you cannot use your platform to run the minister down and pretend as if you are commenting on the statement. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member again created the impression...
Hold on. Honorable Leader.
Speaker, respectfully, this point of information, my colleague did not express his words the same way as the honorable member just did. Speaker, whatever he's saying or he said was not whatever Honorable Asafueje said. Speaker, respectfully, I'm only praying that you give him the opportunity to correct that. Speaker, because it's a matter of record. And Speaker, the statements which they are contributing to is not supposed to be personalized. For you to also come and say that if you do not like the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I don't know how his expression amounts to dislike. Speaker, respectfully, I think he needs the opportunity to correct it.
Honourable members,
Mr. Speaker,
respectfully, at times some of these things, you speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I understand that Edem's political godfather, his mentor or mentee, is Honorable Okudzeto-Ablakwa. So it is fair for him to run to say some of these things. Mr. Speaker,
please, point of order. What are you saying so that we move on?
Mr. Speaker, on record, I never used the words, the expressions he is using. I never did that. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let's be fair. You see, I am speaking, or I spoke about social media with reference to some of the diplomatic engagement that must not or be done behind closed doors on social media. Mr. Speaker, that is what I said.
You've addressed
Speaker,
it. Okay.
And this is an advice.
Thank you.
It must be taken in good faith.
Thank
I
you
don't
very
see why you are running to
Thank
the
you very
defense
much.
of the foreign minister.
Honourable members, please, let's be tolerant a bit. This is a chamber of parliamentarians. At least one characteristic of every chamber is expressive nature of it. people express themselves. Unless it is so derogatory, I mean, we should be able to tolerate some of these things. Please, I beg of you. Honorable Abenya, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, no. Especially amongst the freshmen and women, we encourage good usage of parliamentary language. Speaker, when my brother got up to correct the wrong impression, that is his bona fide. That is as a matter of right. Now, in doing so, he launched into a phrase that I think that in all fairness, I want to urge him to withdraw, because you see, oh, please, you see, let's encourage the brotherhood amongst especially the freshmen, because the member is in this house. Hold on, please. The member is the elected representative of the people of Ketu North. No, please. Can I finish? That is why we allow Asafo Adjei to correct the impressions he thought that were erroneously created. That's fine. But in doing so, you don't take an infra-dig. You don't launch into an infra-dig against your colleague. That somebody, he understands that another colleague is his godfather. Please. There are certain things we can say outside of this chamber, but when we are speaking for the records, let us, as much as possible, stay within. So the reference that is his political godfather is as if the correction he sought to make was unfounded, and that he was doing so by patronizing him. I think that
leader, I share your
so
view.
I want to urge Mr. Speaker to ask that be expunged.
Leader, I share your view, but personally, my view on that is that probably they are very close. They do things together. They talk. They discuss so many things. So probably that's my understanding. But Asafo Adjei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague and friend, very good friend, and Honorable Edemagbana, said clearly on the floor here that I don't like the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, how will you make such a statement? Because I criticize or because I have my position with his policies and decisions?
Thank you.
You cannot say that. So if you are able to say that, Mr. Speaker, let him withdraw that. When he withdraws that, then I can also withdraw what I said, which he's not happy about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Benya, please continue.
Thank you, Mr.
Please.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to be very fair to the facts, and I wish to state again what I said, that you may not like the minister, but that is not a currency. No, that is what I said, and the records are there, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I made that statement in reference to the fact that, like I said, every discerning African, in fact, our foreign affairs minister and our government are being celebrated across the world for the intervention in the xenophobic attacks in South Africa. And so I found it very surprising that in this chamber, in the chamber of Ghana's parliament, a colleague will rise and imply that because the minister is not using backdoor negotiations, that is why these things are happening. And that was the implication. And he made reference to the fact that he claimed the foreign affairs minister of South Africa had made a statement to that effect. And that is the impression that I sought to correct. And I repeat again that all of us in this chamber, you may not like a minister, but that is not a currency for you in the face of all the facts to discount the facts and say things that are unparliamentary. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I wish to state emphatically and unequivocally that the government of Ghana announced to the people of Ghana or to Ghanaians in South Africa who were willing to relocate back to Ghana. And those who expressed interest are being supported and the thousands of them have been evacuated. The process. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. So, Honorable. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and let me add my voice. Let me add my voice to the list of commendations to the maker of the statement for this timely statement. Mr. Speaker, before I delve into the crux of my commentary, let me first correct something that was expressed by the Honorable Agalga that sought to intend that the first deportation was under the Aliens Compliance Act 1969. Mr. Speaker, let me correct that. The first deportation was 23rd August 1957, and it was done by President Nkrumah under the Deportation Act 1957, which is expressed the Ladan versus the Attorney General, and that Ladan versus the Attorney General case. It was an important case, and so if you want to go back to deportations, let's express that. Mr. Speaker, let me go. Let me first condemn these xenophobic attacks, Mr. Speaker. That it baffles me that South Africans, this is not the first time they are doing this. 4 years back, some years back, they started these xenophobic attacks. And it baffles me that Africans will be against Africans. Mr. Speaker, recall that the struggle against apartheid, all Africans were in hand supporting South Africa. And sometimes they make the statement that if we think we supported them, we should go back to Mandela for our monies. And these are very unfortunate statements coming from South Africans. The Speaker, sometimes when I witness some of the xenophobic attacks, they beat us, they kill us, they burn us, they maim us. And the surprising thing is that they feel justified doing so. And I look at the videos and some emotions that go through me, I don't even want to place a finger on it. Either it's anger, frustration, or a sense of retaliation. And Africa must come to terms with some of these things. Mr. Speaker, someone said that not all Africans, not all South Africans are involved. But the fact is that those who are not involved, what are they doing? You see something, you have to say something. What is the president of South Africa doing? So far, he has been quiet. The security, what are they doing? I've seen videos where police are commending the perpetrators, the leaders of these acts. And it's an eyesore. So sometimes I am very happy that Africa expressed their discontent and their displeasure by ganging against South Africa in their march against Mexico. I think that we should continue in this feat. I think that we should not support South Africa in their World Cup matches for us to express our displeasure. I also think that we should even go, if they continue with these attacks, we should even go beyond this. We should even go in terms of trade. Make sure that we cut some bilateral trade with them. Let them know that what they are doing, we are not happy with them. So that the president of South Africa will act, the security agencies will act. They are beating our people, they are killing them, and we are quiet. We should not tolerate this. We should not turn the other cheek. This is not the time that Africa should turn the other cheek. This is the time that Africa should rise up, come together, and fight against South Africa and tell them that they are not the only Africans. They are not the only people who are containing or hosting other African countries in their territory. We are all doing the same thing. And Africa is global. We are all one border. And if they don't understand that, then we should also show our teeth to them and let them know that we don't support what they are doing.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'll take the last round of questions, then I come to. So, Honorable Frank, is it Frank?
Afriye.
Frank Afriye, yes.
Yes, sir. Speaker, thank you so much for this unique opportunity
And let me also celebrate.
I started from here.
Let me also celebrate the Chief Whip for his thoughtfulness in coming out with this very, very consequential statement. Speaker, it really doesn't matter how you look at it. You can decide to fry it, bake it. What is happening in South Africa must be condemned. It must be 360-degree condemned roundly in this chamber. We must not mince words. It is very shameful, decisive, and a deliberate attack by the South Africans, black South Africans, against their fellow Africans. This is something that they have contemplated. And for us, Speaker, we must show that Africa has values. Values of collectivism. Values of interdependence. Values that encourage us as Africans to exercise our moral responsibility towards our fellow Africans and society. What is happening today is a direct rape on those values. No wonder we just had the 4th Interparliamentary Conference on African Values and Sovereignty in this hallowed chamber. And our colleagues from South Africa were missing. They were conspicuously missing, Mr. Speaker. They couldn't even come here. Mr. Speaker, today, events in South Africa are cascading gradually beyond the borders of Africa. Over the weekend, I have listened to all kinds of international news where in Belfast, Northern Ireland, blacks have come under attack. Very ferocious attacks, of course. Their houses were burned down. Their sources of livelihood were destroyed. The seeds that South Africans are beginning to plant, the actual result that will be at hand will be where all Africans will be at stake. Our welfare everywhere in the whole globe cannot be guaranteed. Mr. Speaker, today, Kwame Nkrumah can sleep and sleep well, but I cannot say the same for President Nelson Mandela. He is turning in his grave because of the inaction of our fellow black South Africans. Several decades, we joined forces with them, we stood toe to toe with them, we solidarized with them, we fought to reduce and then remove the system of apartheid or the apartheid government. Mr. Speaker, today, the same people have made the white South African vindicated. That they can look at the color of our skin and yet it doesn't really matter. They can fight us, they can even kill us. This is the height of inhumanity, and it must be roundly condemned. Mr. Speaker, we are told that immigrants in South Africa are leading to unemployment rate. South Africa, for the record, has about 32.7% unemployment rate. And if immigrants from some other parts of Africa constitute about 4 to 5%, just take away 5% from 32. And it makes nonsense of this whole thing. No wonder Julius Malema has described it as madness at its height. I salute him. This is sheer madness. And it is a blatant failure of the government in South Africa. It's a lazy approach to solving what they think is a problem. Mr. Speaker, I agree with earlier speakers that we must treat them as outcasts if need be. We must treat them as pariahs. They are not welcome in our midst. That is the only language they understand. And within the diplomatic circle, there is principle of reciprocity. It is not as if we do not have the capacity. We can even exert more harm and more violence. But we will choose the path of civility simply because we are still the our shining star, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, to keep sleeping.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, do I now turn to leadership? One more, so he's taking over from you. So, yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
But you wouldn't go beyond 5
but
minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very important statement, so let us speak to it, because the lives of our people is at stake. So let's have time to talk about it. Mr. Speaker, there is a statement attributed to the former president of Zimbabwe, Dr. Robert Mugabe, when he said that some South Africans, I don't want to say all South Africans, some black South Africans, all you need to do is to put the corpse of a white person and they'll salute that corpse. But when they see a black man, they will take sticks to kill that black man. It sounds like what is happening in South Africa today. But let me state that not all South Africans are xenophobic. Not all South Africans are attacking the blacks. But some South Africans are just behaving as if they don't know that there's tomorrow. And it is unfortunate for anybody to say, go back to your country because you have messed it up. We have Nigerians in Ghana here. We have Togolese in Ghana here. We have Nigerians in Ghana here. We have Malians in Ghana here. We have South Africans in Ghana here. If our country is messed up, they will not be here. Thousands of them. And they are working peacefully. We are accommodating millions of other people. Of our brothers. Some who are not even from this continent. That is Ghana for you. I have gone to South Africa more than 20 times. I appreciate the situation some of them find themselves. That when you have, you stand on the roadside in the morning and you see young able men running just to look for a pickup because there's some work somewhere, and whoever goes into the pickup first is the one who gets work for the day. Then you understand the situation they face themselves. But instead of venting their anger on the people who have caused it, they've taken all their lands. 90% of the arable lands in South Africa does not belong to the indigenous people. They are venting their anger on the wrong people. 300 Ghanaians or more left South Africa. How many jobs did they take from these 300 Ghanaians? The Nigerians who left, how many jobs did they get from these Nigerians who left? They say that they are taking our jobs. They are taking our jobs. They should go back. Go back because you are taking our jobs. How many jobs did they get from the 300 Ghanaians? How many jobs did they get from the 400 Nigerians who left? Mr. Speaker, our government did well to evacuate the Ghanaians who wanted to come home. But they should do more. If there are more Ghanaians who want to come home, they should bring them back. But only make sure that when they come back, they find something doing. But just to bring them and leave them to their own fate, it can be very demoralizing. Because they had jobs that they were doing there, but for the fear of their own lives, had to leave and come. But let no African nation think that they can be an island alone. It's not true. Let no country in Africa think that they alone can be independent. It's not true. You will need the other Africans. If Ghana or West African nations decide today that they are boycotting South Africa goods, the economy of South Africa will collapse. In fact, if the entire Africa decide today that they will not do any business with South Africa, the next day South Africans will die in their millions because the economy will collapse. They depend on us just as we depend on them. All the games, all the shop rights, all the DSTV, all the South Africa companies that are here, they are making, MTN, they are making millions and taking it back to South Africa to support them. To support them. So, Mr. Speaker, let us condemn the few South Africans who think that politics, their election is coming, and anytime there's an election coming, they do this. Let's condemn it. But let the South African government be ruthless
in doing their work. That is what I will appeal to them. That they should not be afraid of votes. They should do the right thing. But if because of votes, everybody will cave in and make promises that they cannot fulfill, then it's a bad system of a weak government. So, Mr. Speaker, I say that as Africans, let us stand together. When we won independence, we could have decided that we don't care about Africa, but we didn't. We said that the only way Ghana can be self-respected and be okay is when all of Africa is liberated. That was what our founding fathers did and made. So let us Africa know that those who sacrifice for them are today the same people they think they can maltreat. They will not be able, and they can never maltreat us. We are
now leadership. We have another statement.
Speaker.
No, I'll give you opportunity to comment the next statement, not
Speaker.
this.
Speaker,
are you yielding?
I intend to yield.
Then yield.
Yes, Speaker, I intend to yield my opportunity to Honorable Hassan
Tampoli.
Speaker, save that. I just need you to understand, and on a very lighter note, that I commend my brother, Roxin Daviamepo, except that he started xenophobic attacks in this chamber by trying to uproot Honorable Martin Nyendam, taking his seat from him forcefully. That is xenophobic, very xenophobic.
Yes, Honorable Tampoli, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker. Leader, sit down. Mr. Speaker, I want to first of all appreciate the statement that has been ably made by Honorable Roxin Nelson Eche Dafiamapo. Mr. Speaker, I've read the statement twice. And if I were to write this statement, I couldn't have written it any better. I mean, it has captured every part of the situation. It's very sad that we are here not celebrating each other, but to comment on attacks on our own selves. Mr. Speaker, in my previous life at the Ministry of Transport, I had the duty of assisting airlines operating in Ghana to go to South Africa to service their aircrafts and also to train their engineers. That was a business that was generating South Africa huge amounts of money. The Speaker, it was a time that South Africa had a situation with their electricity supply. And for that matter, it was difficult for our engineers to get the training that they needed because they couldn't get electricity availability up to the time that they needed to do the work. But we insisted that you must go to South Africa. They had options to go to France, to go to Germany, but we said that this business must stay in Africa. And that is the spirit that we should be having on ourselves. But Mr. Speaker, just like Honorable Nitiwu said, we have to also sympathize with the black South Africans to a very large extent. If you look at the percentage of land ownership, agricultural land ownership, Mr. Speaker, white South Africans who account for 7% of the population account for 72% of agricultural land. 7%, 72%, and the black population account for only 4%. That's how sad the situation is. So, Mr. Speaker, much as we have to call out the rednecks in South Africa, we also have to find a way to assist them to be able to get into the commanding heights of the South African economy. They have been impoverished for far too long, and they have to recognize that black Africans are their allies and not their foes. They are venting their spleen, deflecting their attacks on the wrong people. Mr. Speaker, countries bordering South Africa have porous borders, for instance, Mozambique, Lesotho, Eswatini, Zimbabwe,
and Namibia. Mr. Speaker, all these countries' borders are such a way that you can bath in the morning and go to the other country to go and rob permits on yourself. So how do you intentionally attack people who are your own? We have the same situation across our borders. Here in Togo, you go to Pusiga, you find houses sitting on the border between Ghana and then Togo. So we are one people. The fact that we are far away from each other doesn't mean that we are not the same people. And that is the spirit in which Pan-Africanism was done. We conducted that business. We gave South African leaders passports. They used Ghanaian passports, O.R. Tambo, Mandela, and Thabo Mbeki's father, and the rest of them. We support them actively. We gave them funding. The likes of Nkrumah, Kenneth Kaunda, and the rest of them, they supported them actively. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad about one thing. That if you look at the people who are doing the protests, I would have thought that they were essentially Gen Zs. But if you look there, you find Gen X. People who are 45, 50 years and above, leading this charge. So they reasonably ought to know the history of their country. And so, Mr. Speaker, much as we condemn that, I think we should also have some empathy for the vulnerable who genuinely have a case, and then we need to speak for them. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I commend Honorable Rosin Dafiameko for the statement.
Thank you. Now, lastly, Honorable, my brother, you came in too late. So, lastly, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
No. That is leadership. He yielded his. Come again. Leader, we have another statement. I'll give the floor to Honorable Deputy Minister. So just conclude on this topic for me. Leader, I'll give you this another fine topic. I'll give you the opportunity to come. Yes, Leader, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just first of all, just to point out that in the earlier one, you did not ask leadership.
Yes.
To comment.
Yes.
So I want to take the opportunity to commend Honorable Patricia for the statement that he read about getting old, obviously. And then obviously Honorable Roxanne for this very important statement. Mr. Speaker, when my honorable brother drew a reference to the 1969 Alien, Act, he wasn't actually insinuating the political, that's how I understood it. He was more or less looking at it from an economic standpoint, because as it did happen in 1969, it did also happen in Nigeria in 1983. It happened in Uganda somewhere in the 70s. It happened in Zimbabwe. The trend is there. And all of it, when you look at it, the underlying issue was more of an economic than political. And as people are made to believe in South Africa that the challenges that they are having in their lives is as a result of the foreigners who have come there to legally, some illegally of course, to work and earn a living for themselves, we rather need to look at the causes of these problems across the continent. We have South African companies here, as it has been said earlier. In fact, the African Continental Free Trade that we are trying to promote in Africa to do with free movement of goods and people is actually headed, which has got its headquarters here, is headed by a South African. So it tells you that in the end, we are trying to achieve the same thing and not use this issue of when people are having challenges, instead of the leaders promoting policies. Of course, the South African issue is to do with the legacy of apartheid, where majority of their lands are still with the white, but also difficult or bad economic policies that obviously affected the people of South Africa. And instead of directing their anger to the right places, they are choosing it, or they are choosing to do that on foreigners who are in the country. The same thing that happened here in 1969, that when we thought the Nigerians were here to take our jobs, it's the same things the Nigerians did that they thought Ghanaians were there to take their jobs. We have to address this issue peacefully and not to resort to any form of violence. I think the Ghana government has handled the issue well. They are still handling it well. We need to do this diplomatically and not through retaliation. We need to find a way to send our protest to the right places, especially people who should be talking. The South African leadership itself, the African Union, we need to hear from all of them, and we'll try to find a way to address this issue. Mr. Speaker, I will want to thank the maker of the statement again, and thank Mama Pat as well for her statement that she made earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You take the last statement for the day, and that one will be read by Hajia Ziwira Mohammed Ibrahim. Hajia would like to make a statement on the occasion of the Day of the African Child. So Hajia, you've talked about people who are getting old and they are retirement, and now we are talking about African Child. So the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, let me just add that we earlier spoke about people who are aging, and we spoke about South Africa. And the context of my statement is anchored on South African history. Mr. Speaker, I feel therefore an obligation to just add a few words to the contributions that have come earlier following the Honorable Chief Whip's statement on xenophobia.
Honorable, are you abandoning your own statement?
I'm not. I'm going to read. Mr. Speaker, in April, the President of South Africa, on the Freedom Day, recognized our contributions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a statement marking the Day of the African Child, observed each year on 16th June. This commemoration honors the courage of the children of Soweto, South Africa, who in 1976, exactly 50 years today, marched against poor quality education and denial of their right to learn in their own languages. They paid the price for demanding dignity and justice. Today, Mr. Speaker, the Day of the African Child remains a continental call to action to protect, promote, and fulfill the rights of every child. The state of Ghana's children, Mr. Speaker, has shown very good progress, but inequalities still persist. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has so much to be proud of. Over the past decade, we have seen a strengthened legal system to safeguard the rights and well-being for our children's protection, as well as policies to address emerging issues such as online safety and early childhood development. Mr. Speaker, we have also expanded access to education, health, and social services. Immunization coverage in Ghana currently stands at about 95%, compared to the Africa regional average of 74%. and the under 5 mortality rate of 35.9 deaths per 1,000 live births is about half the regional average. Mr. Speaker, gender parity has been achieved at primary level, and completion rate has improved from 71% in 2013 to 79% in 2023. Mr. Speaker, challenges still remain. Approximately 73.4% of children are multidimensionally poor, experiencing at least 3 simultaneous deprivations in areas such as health, education, and living conditions. Learning outcomes remain concerning, with about 34% of primary school students demonstrating proficiency in basic subjects. In 2025, only 73.4% of children under 1 year had their births registered, leaving many without legal identity. The rapid escalation of online child sexual abuse is deeply alarming, with more than 50,000 reported cases in 2025. Mr. Speaker, the situation of children in Ghana is marked by deep and persistent inequalities, shaped by gender, location, and socioeconomic status. A child's chances of survival and development will largely depend on where they are born. Under 5 mortality ranges from about 20 deaths per 1,000 live births in Greater Accra to 72 deaths per 1,000 in Oti region, highlighting stark regional disparities. Children in rural and marginalized communities face greater barriers to learning, have lower school completion rates, and limited opportunities for progression. Mr. Speaker, girls remain more vulnerable to child marriage, school dropout, and sexual exploitation, further constraining their educational and life outcomes. While nearly all urban residents have access to improved water sources, about 1 in 6 rural residents rely on unimproved or surface water. Mr. Speaker, water, sanitation, and hygiene, a foundation for child survival, learning, and dignity. This year's theme reminds us that water, sanitation, and hygiene are not peripheral services. They are foundations for child survival, health, learning, dignity, and national productivity. A child who lacks safe water, a clean toilet, or basic hygiene is already disadvantaged before entering the classroom, the clinic, or the labor market. Safe sanitation and safely managed water must therefore become a priority. Ghana is off track to achieve basic sanitation for all by 2030, while sachet water has become the main drinking source for more than 1 in 3 households, signaling declining confidence in public water supply. Households are paying far more for sachet water than they would for reliable piped residential supply. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, Ghana recorded an estimated 9,000 wash-related deaths, with 37% occurring among children under 5. Inadequate sanitation and hygiene cost the country an estimated $3.9 billion a year, or 5.5% of GDP. Dependence on sachet water adds to public health and household costs. Mr. Speaker, government action must now move from gradual improvement to national mobilization. Ghana needs a flagship sanitation initiative across all 261 MMDAs. Investment in reliable, regulated, and affordable pipe water. Financing instruments such as subsidies, pro-poor tariff support, resource-based financing, and investment to reduce dependence on sachet and expand managed water services. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is already paying the price of inaction in lives lost, children left behind, and public resources drained. Government must act now, and Parliament must use its oversight, budget scrutiny, and constituency leadership to ensure that WASH commitments translate into visible results for children. Mr. Speaker, system bottlenecks holding back child rights. Slow progress on child rights is not due to lack of evidence or ambition. It's driven by systemic bottlenecks that weaken implementation, financing, and accountability. And these include: 1, fragmented governance and weak coordination across sectors and among stakeholders. 2, underinvestment in children, especially in early childhood development and effective targeting of the most vulnerable children, which perpetuates the cycle of deprivation from one generation to another. 3, poorly resourced local authorities that constrains the delivery of services to rural children. 4, weak data systems and evidence gaps that make many children invisible to policymakers. And 5, harmful social norms and demand-side challenges that stigmatize children. Mr. Speaker, a parliamentary call to action must include investing smartly and reaching the furthest behind. Investing well in children is not only a moral duty, it is one of the smartest investments that this nation can make. As we commemorate the Day of the African Child, I call on this House and on government to pursue this 4-point transformative agenda for Ghana's children. Ensure equitable access, quality, and continuity of services. Ghana's policies should evolve beyond expanding coverage to ensuring equitable access. Strengthen and scale up integrated child-centered service systems. The interconnected risks facing children demand stronger coordination across sectors and among stakeholders. Strengthen gender equity, social and behavior change at scale. Campaigns on gender equity and harmful social norms must be scaled up with traditional religious leaders and community. Foster resilient, evidence-informed systems. Policy planning and reporting must be based on timely, credible, and disaggregated evidence. Mr. Speaker, as we commemorate the Day of the African Child, let us solemnly remember the lives of the children who died in the streets of Soweto in capitals, in South Africa, exactly 50 years today. Let us reaffirm our commitment to ensure that every child has the opportunity to survive, thrive, and develop to their fullest potential. When we invest rightly in our children, we invest in the very future of Ghana. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. So I'll be inviting 2 from each side. Yes, let him begin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, we have agreed to do 1-1, but I've also engaged my colleague on the other side, and I want to pray to you to allow the Minister of Interior to lay a paper which is on the addendum which we have just received. Thank you.
Well,
Speaker, like you rightly stated, that's the case. We are not opposed to the laying of seal.
Well, the prayer is acceded to. So let me invite the Minister for Interior to do us the honors.
Prison Service Parole Regulations 2026.
Honorable members, the instrument has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report. So now I will invite Honorable Member for Offensive North for his commentary. Come again. Well. So, Honorable Member for Offensive North, let me hear your commentary.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I would like to commend the maker of the statement, Honorable Hajia Zuriya Salaga, Member of Parliament, on this statement of the African child. Mr. Speaker, all of us here are African children. Ghanaian children, the children of my constituency from Nkwankwa to Afrancho, they are all African children. And as part of the plight that the African child is facing is also this xenophobic attack, which we are also realizing in South Africa. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement stated that the state of the Ghanaian child has seen progress, but inequalities persist. And I would like to agree with her. Why? Because, Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, the youth unemployment is 32%. And in Accra, it's about 49+%. That is the state of the African child. If you go to my constituency, there's a town called Bobra. Mr. Speaker, the children at Bobra, almost 300 of them have not seen light for the entire life that they've been alive. There's no light in Bobra. Mr. Speaker, that same child at Bobra, when it rains, it's very difficult. Vehicles cannot move from the nearest community that has light to this community. And that is the state of the African child. Mr. Speaker, the state of the African child is one that doesn't know when they finish secondary school or second cycle education, almost 500 of them that are going to complete this year. Mr. Speaker, what is going to happen to the 300,000 second cycle school graduates that will complete this year? That is the state of the African child. Compared to their compatriots or their counterparts in Europe or the Americas. Mr. Speaker, every decision that we are taking in this chamber every day is what's going to shape the future and the life of the African child. So as I'm commending and appreciating the maker of the statement, Mr. Speaker, we as the leaders of this nation probably might not be alive in the next 50 years, but it's the African child that is going to take over what we are doing. The little decisions that we take, the little meetings that we attend, the little contracts that we give, the little policies that we take is what should inform the kind of future that we want for our African children. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a call on us as Parliament that every single legislation that we pass here, we should ask ourselves, how is this legislation going to shape the future of the African child? Any policy that the government puts across, we should ask ourselves, how is this policy going to shape the people of our constituency? Those that are being born today, those that are already grown, and those that are yet to be born. Mr. Speaker, we are moving to the fifth industrial revolution. How are we going to compete? AI has already started. We cannot do without it. But there are jobs that are also going to compete with AI. How are we preparing ourselves? How are we putting in structures and strategies to make sure the African child can be competitive, can be structured, can be employed, can live a meaningful life that is full of respect and one that they can pass on? Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I commend the maker of the statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let him go to...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to have a contribution towards what Hadia Juera brought about. Mr. Speaker, we have gotten to a stage where we are not to miss words, but to directly tell ourselves enough is enough about just theoretical speeches. Mr. Speaker, not quite long, I happened to be one of the people who participated in this fourth African Parliamentary Conference on Family Sovereignty and Values. And Mr. Speaker, it became clear that all Africans must come together to ensure that policies that our various governments are instituting in our various countries must be geared towards the child's development. Mr. Speaker, your very self was present, and our Minister of Communication made it clear that, among other things, our African children are being influenced by AI and other content creators from the foreign world. That is not going to help us in the future if we don't sit up. Mr. Speaker, we are made aware that about 7 hours daily, our children refer to contents that have been created by the developed world, which is against their African goodwill development. 78% of African children are forced to look at content that have been created by the developed world through the use of mobile phones. 62% of African teens are exposed to pornography films online. 1 in every 3 African parents report loss of child's respect online. 3 out of every African child is under the surge of cyber security. 40% drop in family meal time correlated with smartphone use. Mr. Speaker, these are about a few figures that is telling us directly on our faces the challenges that our African children are beginning to face. And if we do not rise up immediately to the issue, we are losing our status as a nation, as Africans, as people who have morality, and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, our educational institutions must be structured in such a way that we have our complete institutions from day nursery to kindergarten to junior high schools, and so that we have block schools together so that people don't drop out midway when we have scattered school buildings, 6 classroom block in a different community, then another community has a junior high where children are forced to commute in between. Our free compulsory universal basic education must fully be materialized so that the African child, the Ghanaian child, can have the full-fledged educational ladder starting from kindergarten to at least the basic level before they commute to senior high school to stop school dropout. Mr. Speaker, it is a well-known thing from researchers that not less than 5,600 dilapidated structures do we have in even Ghana alone. How are we solving these problems so that children can be well educated at the foundational level? These are questions we must begin to ask ourselves. Health facilities, do we have enough? No is the answer. So our development planners must be told, and we must all come together as one people of this nation and other nations so that we have development plans. No matter which party comes into power, we continue on the same agenda so that we don't leave any child out. If not, we go nowhere.
Very well. I said 1-1, but I'm taking 1-1 more. So I'll give it to Reverend.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement. I wish to commend Honourable Zuwera for this very important statement, highlighting the plight of the African child. Mr. Speaker, the African child is a child that is born with bright future, with great talent and strong intellect, but is facing myriads of challenges that structurally are available to truncate their dreams. We have an African child who is born in a society that for you to have opportunities, you need to be politically connected. For you to even be able to have jobs, you need to have political connections. The African child whose access to nutrition is all tied to some of these rather very unfortunate, discriminations. They are born into a continent which in the next few decades and by the end of the century, the African child or African children will form 40%, nearly 40% of the global youthful population. We are growing in numbers, and so are our challenges. A time has come for us to be there as leaders, governments, and society, to be there for the African child. A time has come for us to realize the potential and what we can do to make life more meaningful. How can we remove barriers to healthcare, barriers to education, barriers to decent living, barriers to a prosperous future? The African child, it's not their fault that they are born on a continent where each one is fighting for themselves and each one is accumulating as much as they can without caring about the next. The African child is now growing in a society where the current generation is just thinking about how they can extract as much mineral resources and oil resources as possible without caring about the next African child that will come in the next generation. And for us as a political class, it is incumbent on us that we do not make political promises to win power only to neglect the African child, to promise them jobs only to turn around and to ask them to do all kinds of things that are not sustainable for a living. Let us do things properly. Let us establish policies that will offer them hope. Out of over 244 million young people who are out of school across the world, 180 million of them are Africans, African children. So we must rethink how policies are done with the next generation, in mind, to be able to give the African child equal opportunity to prosper, equal opportunity to compete with other children on other continents. We should realize that the African child, when given the right education and access to realize their potential, will have the gravitas to be innovative, to be able to contribute to serious inventions and innovations that will make the world a better place. So let us not neglect the African child. Let us not put impediments in the way of the African child. The African child knows no NDC, no NPP. They just want opportunities. They just want a society that will give them the impetus to prosper and be significant in this world. So may we rise up to the occasion and ensure that by the time that we are celebrating another African Child's Day, the next 20 years, we should be able to be proud of some monument we have left behind. We should be able to recount some policies, real policies and investment we have left behind to make things better for the African child, so they too can hold their place in society and they too can have the chance to contribute to the prosperity of not only the continent, but the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm yielding you to Maswell Kuto. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me thank Nebeka of the statement for ably putting this statement together on this commemorative day. As an African child, we've all been open to the kind of attacks we've seen on our persons in the past. I'm sure it's only by the grace of God and tenacity from ourselves that has brought us this far. It is worth noting that about 73% of our children are multidimensionally poor. And let me admit that I heard this word for the first time about 3 years ago. Multidimensional poverty. And it was intriguing. Let me also say that our African children lack proper feeding, and especially of nutritional value growing up. I read a letter yesterday whilst in office in the constituency that some children in a particular school need me to help them sew uniforms to be able to go to school. These are some of the challenges we face, and sometimes if you go to the classroom to see the kind of classroom our children learn in, the kind of environment you see, the dust, the atmosphere, and the things you see. Even sometimes they say they are being fed from the school feeding program or other forms, the kind of food that they are served with, it's so appalling. And so it is time as policymakers and politicians, we try to ensure that we make this environment very conducive for our children to have a safe learning in. Some of us started from learning under big trees to mud classrooms before becoming who we are today. I believe that through it all they should be able to make it, but should we allow our own children to go through the things we went through growing up? I don't believe so. They don't have access to proper schools and learning environment. And worst of all, when we hear some of these little ones in deprived condition even being abused by their caretakers and caregivers, it's so appalling, and sometimes you wonder what kind of people we are. We take advantage of these little ones for them to do very many jobs to our own satisfaction, to their detriment. I also believe that growing up, even after schools, people who leave school and want to get other opportunities growing up feel that I should definitely be dependent on who you know, like an earlier speaker alluded to. And so if you tell them that they can get it on their own merit, they don't believe it. They believe that somebody should necessarily hold their hand and send them to a headmaster even before they are admitted to some prestigious schools. They really don't believe, knowing what they have seen so far, that they can do it by themselves. And I think that it is time we make the system fairer for our little ones to be able to go through. Meritocracy is no longer what we cherish as a people. Everybody wants to ask, who is your father? Who is your uncle? And sometimes even our prestigious universities, to hear that before you do law in some universities in Ghana, they will ask you which of your family members was a lawyer or was a judge or something. I'm sure these are some of the things that push some other people down so that they don't get to where they aspire to get to. Haja, thank you so much for bringing this to the fore. And I think that, like I said earlier, as policymakers, it is our responsibility to ensure that we create a fair playing field and an enabling environment for these little ones of ours to take over from us tomorrow where we are no longer there as policymakers. If we fail to do this, we will do the best we can do today as leaders. But what are we bequeathing to society tomorrow when we are not there? What do we expect these things to happen? Yes, it is rampant that people believe that even before you get to wherever, security services, wherever, it should be somebody who should lead you. But I want us to create the environment so that they believe in themselves. That if you go, you pass your aptitude test, you pass your exam. Sometimes they even fail medicals and they feel that as a politician you can make the results be changed. Why do they have that sense of thinking that they believe that if they fail their medicals, a politician can make them rewrite the story? And it is time we let them understand the reality of the situations on the ground. That if you fail your medicals based on maybe having high BP or cholesterol or diabetes or some other thing, you cannot fit into the system. But if you say these things, they'll say, but people failed and it's able to change for them. When we do these things to our own children, it will come to a time that we will not have a fair system to play in. And when we get to that stage, we may be experiencing.
Honourable members, I think
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the sense was that leadership will give us the opportunity. And that was why I allowed the first speaker, and in your own wisdom, you decided to give opportunity to the former Deputy Minister of Education, maybe because it has to do with African child, a bit connected to education. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's my turn. Former leader, a friend, and...
But you are already on the floor speaking.
This one, I'm just trying to... Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to the statement ably made by my neighbor, Ajia, on African child. Mr. Speaker, I think the statement is well drafted and delivered. African child, so important. We all must do whatever we can to support the African child. Mr. Speaker, going through the statement made by my sister, she captured some kind of progress we've made under education, health, and some other sectors, which is so brilliant. Mr. Speaker, our constitution talked about FQ, Free Compulsory Universal Basic Education, which means that there should be nothing to stop a Ghanaian child in accessing education. We must all make sure that a Ghanaian child, an African child, have access to education, because that is the only way poverty can be fought in this country. And in implementing or bringing up policies, Mr. Speaker, you realize that President John Ajapum Kufuor came out with free school feeding program, free maternal care. These are policies deliberately to assist African child, a Ghanaian child, where those days it was difficult for rural children to go to school because some of them are so hungry. Parents don't support them with food. So with this free school feeding, Mr. Speaker, it gave the child the opportunity, and enrollment actually increased. The African child had access to education. Mr. Speaker, at the back of that, like I said, the free maternal care, mothers had opportunity to go to the hospital and deliver. Mr. Speaker, when the president left and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came, he also introduced the free secondary school education. Mr. Speaker, this is a deliberate policy to make sure that every child gets access to education. Today, Mr. Speaker, like we are all aware, free pad for female students have also been introduced to make sure that the girl child stays in the classroom. Mr. Speaker, these are brilliant ideas. Challenges, Mr. Speaker, one thing I have realized is that parents, some parents, or majority of parents, don't longer see their children as assets. Parenting has failed. Mr. Speaker, when you come to the urban areas, people no longer give much attention to the training of their children, parental guidance. Some children are trained by children because rich parents or average parents now hire the services of maids to train their children, because some parents leave home as early as 4 o'clock and they return home as late as 10, 11. Who trains this child for you? As for our rural communities, Mr. Speaker, when we were children, our mothers will make sure that we sleep before they sleep. But today, it is the opposite. Parents sleep and no longer know when their children come back home to sleep. You go to Panda, you go to Wolensi, you go to Bimbla, and most of these places, Mr. Speaker, as late or as early as 1 a.m., children are still walking on the streets. Parenting. It is up to us, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we give training to our children. We give parenting to our children. Mr. Speaker, one other thing that the statement actually spoke about has to do with online sexual fraud, and then kill nets. Our youth are falling for this particular scammers. Mr. Speaker, the statement is good. I therefore urge that we take our parenting serious, and when we do that, the African child will enjoy life to the fullest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Majority leadership. Okay, I yield it to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This statement made by my senior colleague and a neighbor is more timely. Yes, we are all neighbors. Pro East and Salagasa, yes, we are neighbors. And this is something that we need to bring to the fore, and I think Aja has done justice to this matter. When you look at the dimensional poverty that we have, it is quite imperative, and the onus lies on us as leaders and policymakers to begin to think of how this society is growing into. In fact, the youth today, who are African children also, are the very people who are making poverty, who are making healthcare deliveries and other things quite paramount. So the onus lies on us to make sure that the African child today feels proud belonging to Africa, feels proud that you need not to travel outside the shores of Africa before you can become wealthy or before you can become, be able to afford a 3-square meal. Of late, we see that our children begin to feel that you have to travel out of this country. You have to leave the shores of Ghana or Africa before you can be able to make it in life. And this thinking is serious. And as leaders, we should begin to shape the thinking of our youth. I always say that the educational system we have in this country has done so well for us, but in as well also brought a lot of troubles to us. Because today we have growing unemployment amongst our youth. And it's just because the kind of training we give to our youth is so much questionable. You have youth leave universities, youth leave the schools, tertiary institutions, and they come looking for job. Government cannot do it all alone. Government cannot employ all our children coming from the university, coming from the tertiary institutions. And I always say that TVET education has been relegated to the background. Technical vocational education and training has been relegated to the background to the point that people begin to feel that it is the less endowed, people who are quite dunderhead, people who don't matter, they really have to go this extent. But Mr. Speaker, the only way to be able to do this and make sure we get the youth to be proud of being an African is to get the youth to have some skill, so that he'll be proud of. Yes, Engineer Gomado is here. He's a TVET product. And today, he's proud. And look, beyond Parliament, he still has his profession. Recently, he went to repair our ferry. So what we need to understand and to make sure that our case will be feeling proud as Ghanaians is to make sure that we get them sustainable educational development, so that once they leave the shores of the tertiary institutions, or they leave the 4 walls of the tertiary education, they have something to prove. Today, we have a lot of dropouts. The free senior high school education is very good, but yet they come out of school and then they don't have anything to show off. I believe that the TVET education is something that is going to help us to articulate the views of our children, to articulate their well-being, to make sure we develop them in such a manner that they will become relevant to our society and they will continue to stay well within the job enclave. As we say, with the youth, it is these same children that grow into that. And as we have our kids, there's only one thing we can do to prioritize our children as parents and also to make sure that we train the child. The good book that we all use, the scripture says that you spare the rod and you spoil the child. So we should try and begin to speak some sense into our children and begin to discipline them. I feel this is something that is missing in our society, and growing up, our children are not living up to expectation. Mr. Speaker, among other speakers, these are a few things I want to add up, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, honourable members.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you for this gracious opportunity. I was in the office and following proceedings in the chamber, I decided to come in to add my own voice to the discussion, however superfluous it may be. Speaker, I would adopt part of the submissions of the last speaker, the aspect of TVET and technical education. But before I even get in there, let me commend the maker of the statement, the respected Hajia Zuwaira Mohammed Ibrahima, MP for Salaga South constituency. Mr. Speaker, this honorable member in 2021, I spotted her talent at the appointment committee, how she calmly asks her questions and does her research. The only time I disagreed with her on this House floor was when she made submissions unsupportive of Justice Arabe Salbatokon, and I felt that as a woman she should have supported this great woman who was being hounded out of office. Normally, she's very non-political, non-partisan, but that was the only time which I felt she was very partisan by supporting the removal of a Chief Justice of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, that said, largely, if you check the Hansard of this House, she's always been very profound, and I couldn't have agreed with her the more reading the statement. Speaker, I would rely on the last sentence of her paragraph 1 to jet off my views on this matter. And quote, with respect, today, the day of the African child remains a continental call to action to protect, promote, and fulfill the rights of every child. Speaker, this is very profound, and coming from a woman who has gone through challenges and has risen to be a member of parliament, serving her second term. Mr. Speaker, I can't say more on this very profound conclusion in her opener. Mr. Speaker, we are here as political actors. As political actors, we have a single responsibility: transform the lives of our people. We come here with our party colors. But Mr. Speaker, once a government is elected, its first duty is to enact policies that will change the lives of the people. So, Mr. Speaker, as a parliament, let us be mindful of the suffering masses. And at all times, regardless of our partisan views, look at poverty as that thing that has no party colors. Because poverty does not know NDC nor NPP. Poverty would arise where we have misplaced priorities. So, Mr. Speaker, if today we are being enjoined to rise to the occasion for the African child, then we must ask ourselves, what are we doing to help the future generation? My colleague who spoke before me, like I said, makes very profound statements. It is true that years back we invested in basic education. That investment resulted in free basic education. Then we went a step further to make secondary education free. Now that created a certain perception that from secondary school you must necessarily go to the university. And it is only through a university degree that you become somebody, as we normally say in Ghana. But it's also true that we later invested in TVET and technical education, vocational training. And that is where I want to spend some time to make the argument. Speaker, Switzerland now has a policy that encourages the youth to pursue artisanal vocation, learn skill. So they have a system in place to provide the incentive. So largely what the government is doing is to discourage many more youths from going to the university, and that is creating an opener for job creation. Mr. Speaker, what we find in our country, Ghana, today, is that because of the emphasis on white-collar education, all of us want to go to university. So even the technical universities, which were previously polytechnics, that were awarding HND and all of that, we say degree awarded. So our people are not looking at tapping that aspect of their talent. That is where the jobs are. So today government may publish that I've created so much jobs, but the question is that those who are acquiring the jobs, are they Ghanaians? They are not, because the emphasis has been on university degree. So Mr. Speaker, if today this matter has come to our attention, then I would want to underscore the fact that we would have to take it on board and get government to invest more in skills training. We need to let our youth understand that advancing your skills does not make you a less human being. No, because that is where you have the jobs. If somebody is going to learn tiling, carpentry, masonry, the person wants to become a steel bender, that is a skill. He can get a job there. But Mr. Speaker, if we emphasize degree, look at the number of university graduates who come in, even in parliament alone, to do their national service. After 1 year, they become very redundant. They become desperate because the jobs are not there. And I must state that government cannot absorb, no government can absorb the number of degree holders that come out of the university. It's not possible. The place will choke. So we need to create a space for skilled labor. We need to create a space for those who have their talent to explore. So we have to invest in our vocational training institutions and incentivize it. Make sure that we create an incentive so that I would be proud to send my child to an NVTI, get my child to nurture that talent, rather than saying at all costs, because I'm a lawyer, you should also train to become a lawyer at all costs. No, there would be a problem. Mr. Speaker, again, we look at the issue of technology. Technology has its own negative side. So our people, our youth, out of desperation, are getting on the internet and doing all manner of things. How can we navigate this back for the benefit of the same youth so that they can use this skill to benefit society? Mr. Speaker, we as politicians, we as elected leaders must wake up. The word out there is as if we don't care. We must demonstrate that after elections, we still care. We must demonstrate that at least we are in office as parliamentarians, as DCs, as ministers, as government appointees, what have you, to transform their lives. We must give that confidence to our people and make the right investments. That would also mean that we must tolerate one another in this chamber. It must not be seen with a partisan eye at all costs and in all situations. Sometimes you know that the one here is making some sense. You listen and take notes so that in the end, our youth benefits. Many want to go to training at the police academy, prisons, immigration. Look at even this World Cup. The pressure on us, your constituents, everybody wants to travel. And you end up spending. And they won't even get a visa. Just yesterday, somebody came to my office. He said, oh, he's gotten visa, he's traveling, he needs ticket. When I looked at the visa, I knew he had been scammed. It was somebody else.
Leader.
Oh, you want me to conclude? Very well. Let me conclude then. That's fine. Mr. Speaker, the person was scammed. I looked at it. The visa was fake. And the man was demanding another $2,000 for ticket. Then he will vanish into thin air. If we don't create the supporting pillars to transform the lives of our youth, they would come back to us to give to them what we don't have. Let's be careful, Mr. Speaker. I pray that this statement will not just end here, but Mr. Speaker, you will direct that this statement be ferried to the Minister for Employment for necessary action and all. Speaker, I want to thank you for the treasure space.
Thank you very much. Honorable Majority Leader, will you say something? Very well.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. It is good that today in our country, the realization for TVET is becoming a topic that we have to take a critical look at. I'm a titled engineer, an engineering practitioner, and a product of TVET. Today, I always thank my father for denying me to enter the secondary school. Those days, when I passed common entrance, he insisted that I must go to technical school. I didn't like it, but finally, as if he knew, in my second year, he lost his job, and I became the breadwinner while I was informed to a technical school. I went through that to the Polytechnic, then to the university, and I've never worked in Ghana at the age of 23 I had my first job in Singapore, where I worked for 25 years. We don't regard technical education. I remember when I was in technical school, people do not have respect for me. It's like I wasn't good, that is why I was pushed to technical school. But that was not the reason why my father pushed me there. He was a sixth former by then, but he realized his sixth form certificate was not valid. So he took me to the technical school. I would like to encourage the government to give more opportunities to children or our youth to go into technical education. While I was in Singapore, that is where they were practicing. The Japanese, the Koreans, they don't encourage secondary school. In fact, in Malaysia, when they're advertising for job, they focus on the technical certificate holders than those with a university degree. So on that short note, I just want to say we must encourage TVET. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, leader.
Yeah, I realized that my friend took 15 minutes instead of the usual 5 minutes. So I thought he should have 5 minutes of my 15 minutes, if he has no objection, so that I can also speak for 10 minutes.
He didn't take 15 minutes. I would say he took 12 minutes.
So it is still about 5 minutes.
Speaker, the majority leader, I haven't seen him for a couple of days now. I know that lately he tries to provoke me. However hard I try to ignore him, it still will provoke me. But Mr. Speaker, I won't be provoked. In Ghana today, we all know the challenges. The government has become very anemic because the finance minister, the finance ministry and the agri ministry, we don't know which ministry is telling the truth.
Minister,
they say they've released.
Leader,
the
don't
other
be
say
provoked.
they've not released.
Don't be provoked.
No, Mr. Speaker, I won't be. Mr. Speaker, I won't be. Mr. Speaker, I won't be. A government that has become anemic, the center is not holding. They have not been able to implement their one job, three shifts. The women banking, we are not hearing anything. So if the majority leader wants us to start some leadership debate on core national issues, Mr. Speaker, I want you to give him 30 minutes. Give him 30 minutes. Give him 30 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Mr. Speaker, I won't take 30 minutes, except to say that the statement made, even though I wasn't here, but just listening to colleagues and their comments gives me an idea of the key issue that underpinned the statement. And I believe that is technical and vocational education. And listening to my colleague, the minority leader, I think that he's saying something that I've said over and over for so many years now, from my days as a deputy minister for education. And I was partially overseeing the technical and vocational sector. I think that as a country, we need to fundamentally overhaul our system of education. Fundamentally. The problem of technical and vocational education is that it is effective but costly. Very, very costly. Technical education is far, far more costly than grammar-related education. The reason why I say it's far more costly is that to really learn something that is a hands-on thing. There's a lot of consumables involved, a lot of machines involved, and the state has not been effectively supporting that. So even the technical school that you went, I'm sure you would have noticed from your experience in Singapore and other countries how deficient the training in Ghana was. You must have been just a very smart and bright person to pick it up in terms of the skills based on the training that you undergo here or you underwent in Ghana. And so we need to fundamentally rethink technical and vocational education. Leaders in the past have spoken extensively about the Austrian model, but the Austrian model is one of the best mechanisms for technical and vocational education. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that technical and vocational education is actually taking place in Ghana, except that it is taking place in the informal setting and not the state setting. Many of you in this chamber, I believe, have built your homes. You've used masons, you've used carpenters, you've used electricians. All those people that you have used are people who went through technical training to acquire those skills. But they didn't acquire it in schools. They acquired it by learning from practitioners as apprentices. So technical and vocational education does well when being taught through an apprentice system. But we have captured it, put it in a school called technical school, and yet we don't resource them to be able to actually be effective trainers of the children. And so we need to move it out of the schools into the workplace. And in Austria, you find out that every factory tends to have a technical school by it. And children are exposed to technical education from infancy. They grow up along those lines. It is when you get to a certain level that they now give you an option of choosing whether you should go to grammar-related schools or you should remain along the technical track. And even there, the state specifically skews things in favor of going through the technical education track. And very few people get to do grammar because when you really look at the workforce in a country, you find out that the population that is applying, technical and vocational skills is far, far higher than the schools that are related, are applying, let's say, the social sciences. And so you need to, as a country, look at your population and tactically say that we will only permit 10%, 20% to do grammar-related programs, and the rest of the 80% will go into technical and vocational education program. In Austria is a living example of it. And in times in Europe where you find huge unemployment figures, when you go to a country like Austria, you find out that their unemployment figures are very, very low. Because everybody is feeding off from just applying their own skills, and etc. So as a country, we need to look at that and take a strategic decision. Otherwise, we will keep talking about it, but never really do it. So I will want to commend the maker of the statement. And I also think that this parliament perhaps should create a setting, maybe some inquiry into why we are not doing well in the area of technical and vocational education, so that we can conduct some extensive review of what is happening in the country, study other jurisdictions, and as a parliament, give some clear direction to the country in terms of how we should proceed. I also believe that we must pay attention to the budgeting process and how much money we approve for technical and vocational education. If we are really committed to it, then we need to spend it. But we don't just put money into it. We need to look at the ecosystem in which technical and vocational education happens and find a way of making sure that we build a stronger nexus between the private sector
and technical and vocational education schooling, so that the private sector can bring the market opportunity, the learning opportunity that their workshops, their businesses provide for greater practical learning by children. And then the state can also support them with regulations, with standard setting, and then with some level of financing in order that the system will work to produce really skillful workforce for the country. So Mr. Speaker, I think that the statements and the comments made are commendable. It provides some direction. The question really has always been how to carry forward the conversation. Very often we remain at the level of conversation and never taking actual practical steps. Let me conclude on the note that the country clearly is doing very well. The good thing is that looks like the issues in Iran and the Middle East and the war with the US will soon be coming to an end. Government has done everything within its means to hold the price of petroleum products and etc. Something that could not have been done by some people. And as for the 1 week 3 shifts, as for the 1 week 3 shifts, as for the 1 week 3 shifts, I can assure you that gradually we will get there. It doesn't happen in one day. It's a process, and we will get there. I believe that in the not too distant future, when the economy has been stabilized, if you are able to get the former finance minister Ken Ofori-Atta to come back to Ghana and account for all that he has taken out of the country. Why? You even promised to bring Ken Ofori-Atta to this country. You promised us in this chamber that you will bring Ken Ofori-Atta to Ghana. You promised us. We didn't ask you, but you promised us that you bring Ken Ofori-Atta. Now we are told that he has obtained permanent residency in the United States. A former finance minister running away from his country. And you sit there and you want to complain about a government that is just 1.5 years in office, fixing the mess of people like that. Mr. Speaker, as for the issue of partisanship in our conversations, I honestly don't think that partisan conversations are the problem in this country. It's about it's
Leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I will never be provoked. But, Mr. Speaker, it is becoming one too many that the majority leader has made Ken Ofori-Atta his target. Speaker, with respect, my respected senior at the bar knows that a man must be heard, and that even if all men find a man's hand in a tail, his guilt must be proven. He knows that as a matter of law. You cannot bring Ken Ofori-Atta's name here when the man is not here to defend himself and make serious allegations against him. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader himself is part of the governance of this country. How would he feel if this is said about him when he does not have the right to respond? If you come and say all that Ken Ofori-Atta has taken away, what has he taken away? What has he taken away? He is a human being like you, a citizen like you. He also has children. He has his family. Be fair. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader, Honorable Mahama Yerga, must be fair. It is not his first. He supervised the embarrassment of Ken Ofori-Atta when they brought placards in this chamber by his side. Mr. Speaker, please and please again to the majority leader, if he has no answer to the economy that is struggling, and when we say economy is struggling, we're talking about the jobs that they have failed
to create. He should answer those specific questions and stop the blame game and stop making people targets. He is not here to answer. You failed to create jobs. Electricity tariffs have gone up. You promised to reduce tariffs. Agric ministry, nothing is being done for the agric ministry. Farmers are complaining in Boko, in Tamale, in Yendi. So deal with those ones. You are in government. As for Ken Ofori-Atta, if you think that you have all your evidence and you have evidence of anything done, the court is yours. You have removed Tokonu, so you removed all the judges that you think are fair. You have transferred them to wherever you want to take them to. Is that not what you've done? So you have the court, you have control of the court. Go ahead. Who has stopped you? But don't use this parliament to launch an attack on Ken Ofori-Atta. He came to serve. If you have any issues with his service, deal with it. Enough. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Mr. Speaker, I am quite surprised that a man who served as finance minister for nearly 7 years, if not more, will run and leave the country even before a handover takes place. And when he is served to appear in court, he refuses and continues to use ill health as a grounds. If he has nothing to fear, he should man up and come back to this country and come and defend himself. Mr. Speaker, go to Liberia. Go to Liberia. When they left office, the finance minister was charged before the courts. He was in the US. The former finance minister of of Liberia, left the US and came back, entered appearance, and is defending himself before the courts. Mr. Speaker, when you are a former finance minister and you run out of the country, you don't want to come back to the country, huge debts, phenomenal mismanagement of the economy of the country, mismanaged inflation, mismanage the banking sector, mismanage almost every sector of the economy of the country. And you run to the United States and you go and seek permanent residence there. Permanent residence there. I believe that Ghanaians should demand of the NPP that if they don't produce Ken Ofori-Atta in this country, they should never come before them asking for power again. Ghanaians must demand of the NPP, because you presented him to this parliament as your nominee for a finance minister, and we approved him as a nominee for finance minister and gave him our economy to manage, and he mismanaged it and ran away. And you want to go back to Ghanaians and ask Ghanaians to give you power again, so that you will bring another Ken Ofori-Atta to mismanage the economy and run to Europe. That's what you want to do. And Ghanaians must be asking MPP not to even appear before them to ask for power unless they have brought Ken Ofori-Atta back to this country. That's what I think should happen. We must have principles.
I don't know that we were commenting on a harmless statement made by Zuria. Harmless statement. And as we know, statements should not endanger debate. But look at the debate that is now ensuing. So, leader, I beg of you.
Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands. Well, we've done more than 5 hours.
Yes, I was
if he speaks, I will respond again. Because I started with a joke about time. Because when I was about to conclude the commentary, the honorable colleague pleaded with me that he was trained through the technical vocational education program. So I should give him the opportunity. So I gave him the opportunity, but I noticed that he spoke for just a very short period. So I wanted to utilize the time. So when I got up, I was joking about the time. He got up and started talking about the economy. He got up and started talking about ministers of state. He got up and started trying to embarrass government by making references to issues between the finance minister and minister of agriculture. He started it. He started it.
Well.
So when you don't, when you live in a glass house, you don't throw stones. You don't throw stones when you live in a glass house. You mismanage the economy. So today, don't come and be telling people about the mismanagement of the economy. Ghanaians saw everything. So, Mr. Speaker, if he talks, I will respond.
So leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this is a house of debate.
No.
Since when
leader,
did anybody become afraid of him? Mr. Speaker,
leader,
I need to know. He's raised serious issues against somebody who is not here.
Leader, respectfully.
If there's anybody to prosecute, you know what is happening to the Met and Gold Board. The IMF has reported 9 billion cedis. Is there any prosecution? That is not mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, we are ready any day. They should bring it on. We would face them. We have every single corruption issue in this government. What has happened?
Leader, thank you.
To the big push.
Leader, I have
Mr.
been,
Speaker,
I've
he
been
should bring it
sitting
on.
here since afternoon.
He should bring it on, the majority leader.
You should.
And we'll see who will be bruised.
Leader, you should have mercy on me. Honorable members, let me thank you for the day. We have brought proceedings to a close. And what?
Speaker, just a request from the Defense and Interior Committee in reference to the Paro LI that they should be joined for his consideration. So just bringing that to your attention.
We referred it to subsidiary legislation.
Yes, but they are asking that they should be joined.
Well. The leadership can join, not the entire committee.
Just the leadership.
Well.
Thank you.
Good. So, honorable members, once again, let me thank you for your cooperation. We have done enough for the day. We are bringing proceedings to a close. Tomorrow, when are we convening, leader? 12. Well. Honorable members, the House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, 12 noon. The House stands adjourned.